For more than 2,000 years,
There's no written records.
It's like a Roman theater.
a Danish bog hid a mummified body.
Are there any injuries?
No broken bones.
Experts believe it was human sacrifice.
This is not a long drop hanging, it's a slow strangulation.
But was it really a case of cold-blooded murder? Murder is a crime as old as time.
We've got the skeleton here. What can the bones tell us?
In some cases,
We've got a crime scene at 10,000 feet.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
have been unsolved for centuries.
It's a mystery.
He had his knees sticking up like this. You have here his head.
Now, archaeological geneticist Professor Turi King
It tells us something about our past.
and top homicide cop Rod Demery
I've seen hundreds of murders, and it's all about putting that puzzle together with the evidence.
are finally unearthing the truth
So this could be an axe?
Sure.
buried in these ancient mysteries.
Whether it's now or 1,500 years ago, I still want to know what made this person do what they did.
Denmark is beautiful. It feels really sparsely populated.
Professor Turi King is in Denmark to re-examine a case that has intrigued scientists for over 70 years.
Part of my role is to really scrutinize the evidence. And part of that is kind of really keeping everybody's feet on the ground. What we know and what we don't know.
Former Louisiana homicide detective Rod Demery is convinced his modern-day experience will bring fresh eyes to this old case.
We're gonna find out that people kill each other, 5,000, 10,000 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, the same reasons they do it today. And that doesn't change.
Their incident room is in Denmark's oldest family-owned castle, Rosenholm, just an hour from where the body was discovered.
This is an archaeological celebrity. This is Tollund Man.
Oh, wow. Very little decomp.
Yeah.
Discovered in a marshy wetland or bog near the village of Tollund, the remains were so perfectly preserved that the police thought it was a recent case, until archaeologists found out otherwise.
They've actually managed to do the radiocarbon dating, so they've got him to 380 to 405 BC, over 2,000 years old.
Dating it to the early Iron Age.
So do you know very much about the Iron Age?
Not a lot.
Okay, so it's a time when here, there's no written records.
Around this time, the Romans were starting to expand across Europe. The Danes were living in small tribal communities. They were prodigious craftspeople, with many of their artifacts surviving today. But nothing quite as extraordinary as the Tollund Man.
He's really unusual in that he still has the murder weapon with him.
Oh, yeah. It looks like a ligature. Probably hanged.
Having an intact murder weapon after 2,500 years is a rarity.
Now, that's typically associated with a hanging, a lynching, some sort of asphyxiation, possibly a suicide.
Since his discovery in 1950, most archaeologists have come to another conclusion.
Of course, the killing of human beings was a familiar way of promoting the fertility of crops and so on in ancient times, and he may have been sacrificed.
Yeah, well, they call it sacrifice. I consider it a murder. When you take someone's life for whatever reason, just plain old murder. So maybe there are other ways to look at this. I think it'd be interesting to explore that.
After unearthing the body, archaeologists took it from the crime scene to the nearby town of Silkeborg. In a process taking 6 months, the bog water in his cells was replaced with beeswax. This preserved the head, which was then put on display. The treatment may have altered vital evidence, but Turi is determined to find out as much as she can.
I absolutely love the detective work involved in my job. I love the taking all of the strands of evidence together to piece together a picture of what's happened in somebody's life and how they've died.
Archaeologist Nina Helt Nielsen has access to some of the surviving remains, including the victim's rib cage, some shoulder and arm bones, and a foot.
Nina, the really amazing thing about Tollund Man is just how well preserved he is. It's really extraordinary. So what's causing that? Why is he so well preserved?
Well, it's because Tollund Man, he has been found in a raised bog.
Raised peat bogs are formed by the buildup of layers of sphagnum moss fed by rainwater. The moss removes nitrogen and oxygen from the soil, increasing acidity. With few nutrients in the soil, the bacteria that are vital for decomposition starve and die, making peat bogs ideal for mummifying any organic matter that gets thrown in.
After he had been excavated at the National Museum, he was taken to the hospital where they did an autopsy. So they could see, for instance, that he was 30 to 40 years old, about 161 centimeters high. They also took out the stomach and the intestines in one piece with the contents inside. Wow. Because that's, of course, the content would be the remains of the last meal.
Are there any injuries on him?
There's no evidence at all for him being injured. No broken bones.
Does it look like he was restrained?
No, we can't see that.
With the forensics indicating the victim was killed without a struggle, experts have presumed Tollund Man went to his death willingly. And many ancient pre-Christian cultures did practice human sacrifice, believing they'd receive better crops or fertility, be victorious in battle, or stay safe from natural disasters. But with hundreds of real-life murder investigations behind him, Rod suspects the experts are wrong.
When it comes to ritualistic sacrifice and willing victims, I don't think that's true. To stand up and say, you know what, hey, kill me, so all of you can be better, is kind of a ridiculous notion to me.
Pursuing the murder theory, Rod heads to the crime scene, Gjeldskapdale Bog, which still exists 2,500 years later. It reminds him of a similar landscape close to home.
I immediately thought of a Louisiana swamp. It's the same exact thing.
Rod believes that the Tollund Man case may be very similar to his modern-day cases.
Those swamps and bogs probably tell 1 million stories or 1 million different murders, because people that kill people dump people in those sorts of environments.
Dr. Ole Nielsen from the Silkeborg Museum takes Rod to where the body was found.
This is a newly re-established bog that we see now, so there are a lot of trees that would not have been there in the Iron Age.
The first witness you talk to on a homicide is the person who saw the person last. Maybe it's difficult to find out who saw him last, but then the next witness would be someone that knows that community or that history.
So this area back in the Iron Age, how different would it have been? I mean, now it's pretty accessible, there are trails, but back then, what would it have looked like?
It would have been a big bog. This bog would have been filled with little holes that would be filled with water. So trying to cross it, you would really have to take care.
Inhospitable and dangerous, the area where the victim was found would have been hard to reach. And almost 200 feet from solid ground.
This post here marks the spot.
The body was found by workers who were digging the peat out of the bog to be dried and sold as fuel. A practice that has been key to survival here since the Iron Age.
This is from the finding place. Look here, you have here his head, and here one femur going up, and here down to, this is the foot.
Okay,
here.
yeah, I
So,
see that.
Yeah.
Once the remains were uncovered, they were transported to the museum for cleaning. One thing soon became clear. While the victim's hat and the noose survived, there was no other clothing.
Was he naked for any particular reason, you think?
I think it was a part of the ritual that he must have been undressed.
More than likely.
Ole's theory of what led to Tollund Man's death is similar to other experts.
I think it would have been a public display, so to speak. This is a ritual, and a ritual is communication. If you look here, it's almost like a Roman theater. Here,
Oh, yeah.
and on this side, there could be a lot of people witnessing that it was being done. And here out in the middle, everybody were possible to witness, to see, yes, we are really giving this sacrifice to the god.
Rod now has his first suspect, a priest-like figure conducting a human sacrifice. But for him, any sense of ritual hides the killer's true motive.
Ritualistic murders, I don't necessarily subscribe to the fact that the person who commits the act of murder is doing it for anything other than to satisfy their need to commit the murder. I feel people like it when they're sanctioned by a large group of people. But I think it's an individual choice to commit a murder.
Rod is adamant Tollund Man was murdered. But what about others found in bogs? There are more than 500 other bog bodies that have been discovered across Denmark, and around 700 in all of Europe. Most of them are from the early Iron Age, just like the victim near Tollund. Many of them have had their deaths explained as ritual sacrifice.
And that's something that we really want to test to see if we can see whether or not we think that that's actually the case.
In ancient Mayan sacrifices, some remains have been found with hallucinogenic drugs in them, which may have made them more willing to go to their deaths. Could the Tollund Man, whose body showed no signs of struggle, have been drugged before he died? Turi's come to Copenhagen, where she's tracked down Dr. Peter Steen Henriksen. And the victim's stomach contents, nearly 2,500 years after his death.
This brown sediment here
Yeah.
is actually his last meal.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I've taken some of this and put it under the microscope. Will you try to see?
Yeah,
how
I
it
would
looks?
love to.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Turi's been fascinated by science ever since she was a young child.
My mom was a nurse and my dad was an engineer. So my mom did have all these nursing textbooks around and bought me a microscope very early on. I think I've just always been interested in science, medicine, history. And now I get to work in a field where I get to bring all of those things together.
The ingredients of the victim's last meal are readily identifiable. Most of the particles are barley, with various small plant seeds, including flax, mixed in.
You can see nearly entire seeds. That's extraordinary.
He grinded it before making porridge.
But within this ordinary-seeming porridge mix, there are stranger ingredients too. Small splinters of charcoal and numerous grains of sand.
I would say for a normal meal, I would not put in, for example, sand.
So this sort of waste material, are they adding it afterwards, or is it just they haven't been very tidy?
We can't be totally sure. When they are threshing, they did it on the floor. Which means when they dig it up, it's full of seeds and sand and whatever was lying on that floor.
But Peter thinks there's too much waste material to be simply poor hygiene.
I think they have been actually mixing it afterwards.
So it sounds like it's deliberate. Is it to bulk it out because food is scarce, or?
I don't think so. I think it's actually some kind of ritual meal.
The meal is similar to that found in other bog bodies. To discover if the Tollund victim is typical of other finds in Denmark, Turi is traveling to Vejle, just 40 miles south of the crime scene, where another well-preserved bog body has been found. She's meeting curator Charlotte Lindblom.
Well, this is a very interesting bog body. It was actually the first one found in Denmark in 1835.
Found and kept complete, the female body, dubbed Haraldscar Woman, after the place she was found, looks very like the Tollund Man.
It's not so clear when you see her now, but you can see it on the back of her neck. She was hanged or garroted.
And there's another similarity too.
From the descriptions at the moment she was found, that she was naked.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think there are two possible explanations. Some kind of a symbolic thing that maybe you come naked to the world, you go naked. Or if it was a murder, it could also be some kind of a humiliation thing.
But despite the similarities, there is one crucial difference. Unlike the victim in Tollund, Haraldscar Woman was surrounded by sacrificial objects. Her clothes, cap, and a lock of hair were neatly placed beside her. Her body was also crisscrossed with branches holding her down.
How do we know somebody's not just dropped something?
Yeah.
How do we know it's actually...
Because it's very carefully put there.
Okay.
Hair, piece of hair, like, I don't know the English word for when you just like...
You braid your hair.
Braid
Yeah,
your hair.
yeah.
Well, that could be a woman asking for fertility.
Haraldscar Woman's relics are convincing evidence of his sacrificial killing. Tollund Man has nothing like that. For Turi, it's a turning point.
Starting out on this case, I had always gone with the standard archaeological view, which was that Tollund Man was a sacrifice. Now I'm not entirely sure about that.
Rod's view is still that this is a murder case, and he's working it like he would any other. He's tracking down more witnesses who can tell him about Tollund Man's life. He's come to Denmark's largest replica Iron Age village to meet curator and archaeologist Dr. Mads Raven.
How did people live back then?
Where you lived in a longhouse, you had the animals in one side of the house, and the people, a large family, maybe of 10 or 12, the parents, the grandparents, were living in the other side. And in that sense, they warmed each other.
These were farming communities, but between 600 and 300 BC, the climate here was wet and cold, making the land frozen or waterlogged for much of the year. A village where people could gather around a shared grain store was essential for their survival.
It was probably a tough life. It was, a struggle to get the food you needed. You could have illnesses and diseases coming.
In a food-deprived small community, Rod is starting to see the possibility of a new suspect.
How was law and order back then? How did it work?
I think it's a community thing, because you were actually a very egalitarian society in some ways, so you had to have the backup of the whole group of people.
Rod wants to explore the possibility that the victim did something that needed to be severely punished. Could he have even been a murderer himself?
So, hanging, was that a criminal punishment? Is that something that was common?
Most likely it was.
So he could have just been a criminal?
Yeah, in the sense of breaking the community laws and the taboos, yes.
When you think about it, the person who carried out this killing could be a representation of law. Sort of fixing a wrong, punishing a violator.
Rod has his second suspect. For him, a public display of law and order fits with this small community.
If all of the people come together and they agree more or less that this person should be punished, hanged, or whatever, then Tollund Man's going to meet that fate.
Rod and Turi regroup in the incident room.
So what's your thinking at the moment?
I think it's probably someone that was murdered for some sort of criminal act. That would be the first thought. But I don't believe it would be a sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's kind of overplayed.
It can be something that I think when you're not quite sure what's going on, sometimes people start to use ritual as a way to come, well, maybe this is a way of explaining it.
And that's actually the danger. The fact that they start to romanticize or put a story together that, when you really think about it, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think the basic beginning is to find out about the murder.
Any deliberate constriction of the neck by a ligature or noose is extremely dangerous and likely to result in death. But in this case, there's an important distinction to be made. Hanging requires a rope strong enough to support the victim's weight. But a strangling only needs a rope strong enough to constrict blood vessels or airways in the neck. To try to rule out one or the other method of attack, Turi and Rod have found Lorne Blom Christanza, a traditional leather worker who is making a near replica of the rope found with Tollund Man.
And we had to put the leather in water because else it's very stiff.
Iron Age Danes were expert leather workers. Leather, jewelry, shoes, and animal harnesses have all been found in bogs.
I can think of a lot of uses for it, I would imagine.
If you want to keep an animal tied to a post or something like that.
Or to take your thing with you.
Yeah.
Use it as a strap.
Yeah.
Rope making, like this, would have been an important part of everyday life.
And you always have the animals outside
Right.
to take the skin off.
Looks like you got that down to a science.
Well, it's very simple. But the weaving presumably gives it extra strength.
It kind of doubles it.
Yeah.
This is incredibly strong. I think this would absolutely take the weight of a man. Easily.
The rope could have been used to hang or garrote Tollund Man. But Rod has taken something else away from the demonstration.
I think it's really significant that the ligature was still on the body. And more importantly, what the ligature was. Doesn't seem to be a hangman's noose. I don't think it was something that was designed to kill him. I think that was its secondary purpose.
Ropes like this were an everyday item for many Danes.
I think the weapon used to kill someone tells a lot about the suspect, actually. So I think access to the weapon, and obviously the skill needed to use that type of weapon, says a lot.
If the noose was improvised, the idea of a formal execution for a crime now seems unlikely.
Well, think telephone cord. Present day, it was used for a phone.
Yeah.
Right? But there were so many cases where people strangled with telephone cords.
Because it's nearby and it's handy.
It's nearby, it's handy, and it works.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is not out of the ordinary.
No, no. And it's part of the Iron Age toolkit.
Many uses.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this case, this was used to kill him.
Yeah.
But Rod's experience tells him that an improvised noose can be used in another tragic way.
I've worked several suicides where people have hanged themselves.
Today, hanging is one of the most frequently used methods of suicide worldwide. And cops often recognize the typical forensics.
And I understand ligatures, I understand why people do it and how they do it and what actually kills them. So I've had a lot of experience in those types of deaths.
In the United States today, suicide exceeds motor vehicle accidents as a cause of death. To try and rule suicide in or out of this case, Turi and Rod need to see what evidence remains on the victim's neck. So they've come to Silkeborg Museum, where Ole is allowing them a close-up view of Tollund Man's perfectly preserved head and noose.
I see remains all the time, but this kind of preservation, it's amazing.
To see something this old, this ancient, that's really fresh, it's incredible.
Yeah. And it looks like he's just fallen asleep.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, what can you tell us about Tollund Man?
You can see him lying like in a sleeping position, but the body is a replica, it's a reconstruction based on the photos from the time when he was excavated. But the noose, the belt, and his wonderful face, this is original.
In 1951, scientists replaced the bog water in the head with beeswax, creating probably the best preserved mummified face in any museum on the planet.
This is what he's so famous for. A man here looks like a person asleep. The nose is slightly crooked because of the pressure of the peat. Look at his eyes, the eyelids. You can see that the eyeballs are still there because of the curvature of the eyelids. And his lips are preserved, which is very rare with the body. You don't have to be a corpse for a very long time before the lips are destroyed. So this is very, very exceptional to have a face preserved to this degree.
Even his facial hair is present 2,500 years after his death. It's believed he was clean-shaven, but death slackened his skin, revealing the hairs.
A person that could wake up at any moment, I think.
He does. He looks so peaceful, and it's so at odds with how he died.
Yes.
While the face and noose are original, the museum display has unfortunately hidden important evidence.
I'm curious about the ligature. This is the exact position it was found in?
Not quite. It was underneath the body.
Today, Tollund Man lies on his left-hand side. But when he was found, he was lying on his right-hand side. The effects of thousands of years of gravity written on his bones and face. So when the museum made the replica of the body, they displayed it with the more preserved, lifelike side up.
We have turned him upside down.
And added the noose back on the wrong side so that visitors could see it.
Now it's loose and very low down, but originally it was very tight and very, very high up.
In the tail end of the ligature?
Yeah, that was, it looks like it's been cut off. You can see it on the photos.
Frustratingly, the original marks from the noose on the neck are now hidden.
On the original body, you can still see the imprint from that.
Yeah.
It has still have an impression from.
Yeah, that was my question. Could you see
Yes.
it on the skin?
Yes, yes.
Moving or touching this unique artifact is out of the question, so hands-on forensic analysis is impossible.
Tollund Man is extraordinary. I mean, he's incredibly well preserved. But what I want to do next is I want to find out about this injury. Was he hanged or was he strangled?
Luckily, there is a way to answer one of this mystery's key questions. In the hope of seeing for herself the marks on Tollund Man's neck, Turi's back in Copenhagen. This time to meet Professor Niels Linderup, whose team has made a 3D scan of the victim's head.
So Niels, what can you see about Tollund Man from this?
Basically, CAT scanning is sort of an X-ray procedure, but where you get a lot of slices. And this software here then allows us to build a 3D of that given structure. So for instance, here you can see the
face. It's incredible, isn't it?
The marks Turi needs to see are on the back of the neck.
The pathologist who was called to look at the Tollund Man when it was found said he could still see what he calls sort of an inverted
Yeah, it's
V.
the V.
Yeah, which means that the noose, you know, he's been strung up, which gives you sort of the indentation in the skin.
Yeah.
And by rotating the model, those same marks are still clearly visible.
And that means that he was hung. He wasn't
Yeah.
like strangulated, otherwise you would have a completely circular indentation.
And it's
of
lower
it.
down, isn't
And
it?
usually lower down, yeah.
The scan also reveals another hidden clue.
The tongue, it would be consistent with hanging because this sort of pushes the tongue more to the front,
Forward.
which points to a hanging, certainly.
Yeah.
With hanging conclusively proven, Turi's wondering if the forensics can go one step further.
There's two different types, really, of hanging. There's the long drop, sudden drop like that.
In a sudden drop hanging, common in suicide, the hyoid bone, a horseshoe-shaped bone in the front of the neck, is often broken.
And then there's the slightly slower, non-sudden asphyxiation.
In these cases, where a victim is hauled up under their own weight, the hyoid bone usually remains intact.
So were there any broken bones in his neck?
No. No, that's something we quite specifically looked at. We didn't find any fractures there.
Yeah.
Science is suggesting the victim died by being strung up on a rope. If so, it could have been a punishment killing, or maybe another scenario. Because of the weight of a fully grown man, Niels thinks there must have been more than one assailant to haul him up. Perhaps a group of people working against him in a mob.
Lynchings, for instance, as we know they happened, and we have unfortunate photographs from, you know, when that did happen. It was often a person strung up, you know, on, you know, whatever tree was nearest. And no scaffolding, no drop.
No, just people around pulling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Rod, the theory brings up a dark chapter in U.S. history.
The thing that just immediately comes to mind is the KKK. I mean, they had ritualistic sacrificial deaths, but the victims were still murdered.
From the 19th century onwards, the white supremacist Ku Klux Klan lynched and murdered as many as 6,500 black Americans.
They had these rituals where they dress up, they light candles, burn crosses, recite Bible verses, but they were just murdering someone.
In late medieval Europe, tens of thousands of people were ceremonially executed in the belief that they were witches. In an insular, tribal world, Rod wonders if the victim might have been considered different because he came from further afield.
What I'm looking for is maybe somebody that can say, this group of people only existed in this part of the country and this person was found here. You know, something that's out of the ordinary.
Tollund Man has been studied for 70 years, but Turi knows that scientists continue to investigate.
I love it because I get to go and meet scientists who are working in areas that I don't normally get to work in.
Archaeological scientists, Professors Robert and Karen Margarita Fry,
Hi.
have analyzed elements called isotopes from the victim's hair and bones. These might reveal whether he was a local or an outsider from another tribe. An isotope is one of two or more forms of the same chemical element. And strontium isotopes have proved useful in tracking movements of people. Strontium is stored in teeth, hair, and bones. It enters the food chain through plants that have absorbed it from the soil. Levels of strontium isotopes have been mapped all across Europe, including Denmark. So experts can estimate where long dead people lived.
The hair of the Tollund Man was about 3.5 to 4 centimeters long. Well, the hair grows about 1 centimeter per month. So it tells us something about the last 4 months of his life.
Karen and Robert analyzed the hair's strontium levels.
So can you see this picture now?
Yeah.
Yes. We saw that most probably the Tollund Man in his last 4 months was residing in this local area.
If Tollund Man was local, Rod's hunch that he was lynched because he was an outsider is wrong.
Does this mean that we can go no further back than 4 months on Tollund Man?
What we did is actually an analysis of the femur.
The femur, or thigh bone, grows much more slowly than hair. And strontium found here tells the scientists about the last 10 years of the victim's life.
So we can compare the femur signature with that of the hair. And what we could see is that they are different.
The femur bone has a lower strontium isotopic signatures than the hair has. And there's not many areas which have so low strontium isotopic signatures. And if you focus on the Tollund Man side, here in a red dot, the femur bone has a strontium isotopic signatures which is lower. We would have to then go into the bluish colors. So that's most likely the Tollund Man has come from that area to the north, about 50 kilometers away from the site.
Well, that was pretty fascinating.
It was very interesting.
Despite being local in the months leading up to his death, Tollund Man actually spent the majority of his last decade alive outside of the area he was found in. Rod's hunch that the Tollund Man could be an outsider from another tribe now has some evidence.
Science is based on fact and things that you can prove. Homicide investigations are based on hunches and instinct and faith. You need the science to validate your hunch, your instinct, or your faith. I think they kind of go hand in hand. Certainly a scientist doesn't have the passion for hunting killers. You know, they have the passion for doing science.
Rod's instinct that the victim was an outsider means he can now add one more suspect to the list. There is evidence from the time of people being held as hostages by rival tribes and then executed. Maybe Tollund Man strayed from his local area and was killed because of it.
Hostages are described as being murdered really brutally.
Rod and Turi head back to the incident room to take stock of the investigation so far.
It sounds like we've got our 4 suspects.
Pretty much so. And I suppose all those are very viable. I think our trick now is to kind of narrow it down and see which one fits best. I think that's our challenge.
Rod wants to find out more about why and how people were killed back in the Iron Age. It was a violent time. In another bog over 20 miles away, a mass tribal battle grave of up to 380 individuals has been found. A tangle of crushed skulls, naked bodies with their intestines removed, and other horrific injuries shocked the archaeologists who discovered them. Maybe this brutality holds vital clues.
In a lot of cases, there's that one little piece of evidence that you're looking for.
Rod's meeting early Iron Age archaeologist, Dr. Melanie Giles, to see if she can help him crack the case.
I'm curious, with the violence during that period, what was going on?
We have some written sources by the Romans who encountered the tribes around Denmark, and they are trying to make sense of some of this frenzy of violence that we see very commonly in the Iron Age.
The Romans expanded relentlessly across what we now call Europe between about 510 BC and 120 AD. And while they never colonized as far as Germania or Denmark, they did visit and trade. And the tribes they met were both feared and documented by several of their most important authors.
One, of course, is Julius Caesar himself.
Caesar writes about 3 centuries after Tollund Man's death.
Having once conquered the forces of the Gauls in battle, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Ariovistus.
Ariovistus is exercising a proud and cruel tyranny, demanding as hostages the children of the great nobles. I make no doubt that he will inflict the severest punishment on all the hostages in his keeping.
So this is a passage that tells us that torture and the taking of high-status hostages is part of the power play, part of the way in which those local tribes have authority over each other.
Caesar's description of hostages from rival tribes backs up the idea of Tollund Man being killed far from home, and even his living locally for the 4 months before his death.
Those people who experience suffering and a violent death may actually be from the highest echelons of society, and this may be about rivalries between tribes where honor and renown is earned from that taking of them, parading of them, keeping them alive for a bit, and then finally deciding on the moment of their death. And it's about humiliation for him, and it's about earning honor for yourself.
Melanie also thinks the mode of hanging supports this theory.
This is not a long drop hanging, it's a slow strangulation. And that might be a way of humiliating somebody further.
But Caesar wasn't the only Roman writer documenting the Germanic tribes.
Tacitus would be one of the other authors that we glean a rather different insight from.
Okay, let's see what he says. Traitors and deserters are hanged on trees. The cowardly, the unwarlike, and those who disgrace their bodies are drowned in swamps under the cover of wicker.
It's an almost uncanny description, with a direct link to both the victim's mode of murder and the disposal of his body. A deserting soldier might well lack injuries and be a possible victim.
You talks about cowardly, he talks about unwarlike, and he talks about disgracing your body. And it kind of seems to me that he's talking about masculinity or the lack thereof.
Yeah, these are a set of values that are about what it is to be a man in Iron Age society.
But with Caesar and Tacitus offering different interpretations of tribal violence, there's still lots to think about.
We have to kind of figure out which one fits best.
Yes, they're telling us that bog bodies are not one thing. Every one of them has a story behind them, and it's our job to try and unpick that and unfold it from the evidence that we have.
Tollund Man is one of the most well-known archaeological figures on the planet. Since the day his body was discovered, the majority of historians and scientists have interpreted his death as sacrifice. But Rod has a new take on this oldest of cases.
I don't know what historians or archaeologists might think of a homicide detective, especially an American homicide detective. They are from a world of science and academia, and I've worked the gritty streets. I mean, it's like, how do those two things come together?
Can Rod find a narrative that makes sense of all the evidence?
I think Tollund Man was killed by an angry mob. I think there were some villagers that just didn't like the way he lived, and I think that was punishable by death.
It was a person who had a different history, which most likely was deviant from the normalcy of the time.
Rod believes the villagers saw him as an outsider.
Most likely, the Tollund Man had come from about 50 kilometers away from the site.
Who acted differently.
I think there was probably some sort of group of people. I think they posseed up, found him, and they strung him up.
Lynchings, for instance, as we know, they happened on, whatever tree was nearest.
It didn't have to be a high distance, just enough to create that unconsciousness.
It's a slow strangulation, and that might be a way of humiliating somebody further.
The fact that he was disposed of in a bog says a lot about what they thought of him as a person. There's nothing nice about a bog.
If you look here, it's almost like a Roman theater. There could be a lot of people witnessing that it was being done.
I think it was naked.
It could be some kind of a humiliation thing.
It feels like a hate crime.
I think it's a community thing. You have to have the backup of the whole group of people.
And when people are offended, they do things like this.
The cowardly, the unwarlike, and those who disgrace their bodies are drowned in swamps.
I think Tacitus was on the money, and I think the evidence matches it.
Rod believes the Tollund Man was murdered by a lynch mob. Having come to a 2,400-year-old case with fresh eyes, Rod thinks he's unearthed a story that fits the evidence.
I think the scientists have a go-to. It's a sacrifice, or it's some sort of religious ritual, or something along those lines. No, it's just pretty much hate.
For Turi, it's a reminder that even the oldest cases still have mysteries to unearth.
There has been a consensus for a long time that this was a sacrifice, and I think it's one of these cases where it just shows that it's important to keep questioning, still keep gathering evidence to see if we can understand what happened in this case.
However, Rod's new take on Tollund Man's death is bound to be met with skepticism by experts.
I don't feel like I'm challenging beliefs. What I feel like is that I'm offering a new vision, getting people to look at it in a different way. And it's only fair. I mean, I looked at the ritualistic, sacrificial side of it, so why don't you look at the homicide side of it?
For over 1,000 years,
this is it.
A remote Scottish cave
I think this is a murder.
has hidden a strange and violent death.
They have gone through the left temple and out through the right temple.
Get them up, boys, for the finisher.
But who was the killer? is a crime as old as time.
We've got the skeleton here. What can the bones tell us?
In some cases,
We've got a crime scene at 10,000 feet.
That's interesting.
yeah, have been unsolved for centuries.
It's a mystery.
He had his knees sticking up like this. You have here his head.
Now, archaeological geneticist Professor Turi King
It tells us something about our past.
and top homicide cop Rod Demery
I've seen hundreds of murders, and it's all about putting that puzzle together with the evidence.
are finally unearthing the truth
So this could be an axe? Sure.
buried in these ancient mysteries.
Whether it's now or 1,500 years ago, I still want to know what made this person do what they did. Scotland's a beautiful country. It's so open. To think of a crime such as murder happening here, it's almost impossible to believe.
Former Louisiana homicide detective Rod Demery is in the Scottish Highlands to investigate a crime. It was committed 1,400 years ago, and it's still a mystery today.
And I remember having a boss that sat me down and said, you know, life doesn't revolve around homicide investigation. Well, it does if you're a homicide detective. I mean, it's your work, it's what you do.
World-renowned forensic geneticist and archaeologist Professor Turi King has already started analyzing the case. She set up an incident room in a mansion near Inverness, close to the discovery of the body.
Let me show you Rosemarkie Man. He was found in a sea cave not too far from here.
Named after a nearby village, archaeologists discovered Rosemarkie Man in 2016 in a remote cave on Scotland's northeast coast. The skeleton was found buried in an alcove. It lay in an unusual cross-legged pose, and the skull was cracked.
He's been radiocarbon dated to between 430 and 630 AD.
This is the early Middle Ages, a time when an ancient group of people called the Picts lived in Scotland.
What do you know about Picts?
Not a lot. I mean, they were warriors or something.
We actually don't know that much about them. They didn't have a written record.
Okay.
These are rather racy images based on what the Roman description was. They've got tattoos or they're painted and they're fighting naked, men and women.
Naked in Scotland. Right.
This is probably complete fantasy.
Yeah, very much.
Separating legend from reality won't be easy, but historians do agree that the Picts were serious warriors. There are some relics, such as jewelry and stones with mysterious inscriptions, but they're rare. Rod and Turi will have little to go on. But for Rod, murder is timeless.
I don't think that murder changes. I see a lot in my career. I think people that kill people kill people. The way we view murder changes, but murder doesn't change.
Rod and Turi have sharply contrasting styles of working.
I think Rod and I are going to bring two different sides of the coin, really. There's this phrase about letting the bones speak. They can tell us all sorts of things, but you get to a point where that's it.
Working with Turi is a little intimidating. She's very accomplished. She's reached things that I would probably never understand.
His side is going to be more intuition, I think. What is his gut telling him?
I think I can teach more basic understanding of things that are really not that complicated. Outbursts of anger, jealousy, rage.
We're hoping that this investigation will tell us about the Picts. It may even change what we really know about them.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. You have some bones, not really an idea who the people were, in a cave about 1,400 years later.
Rod has investigated more than 250 murder cases, including 60 as lead investigator, where he solved every single one.
You look at the crime scene to give it perspective. You can think one way about something and then actually see the crime scene and revisit it.
No one knows crime scenes like him, and he believes that even an empty cave, thousands of years after the act, can still yield clues.
I think the evidence is going to be there.
The cave is one of 3 at the bottom of a steep cliff. Amateur archaeologist James McComas found the remains during an archaeological dig
This is it.
on an ancient metalworking site.
So, he was just tucked into this alcove here. We'd gone through all the layers of habitation, and some bones started to appear.
And it's sort of time-lapse, right? The further you go.
Exactly that. So the stuff at the top is recent, and the further down you go, the further back in time you're going. I got quite a lot of these butchered animal bones, but then 2 big leg bones appeared. Basically 2 knees sticking up. And we talked about that and we thought, no, this is not deer, this is not some other big mammal,
Right.
This is definitely human.
It would be really helpful if I could see what you found.
So, he was lying on his back in a supine position. He had his knees sticking up like this. His head was a bit further down and sort of tucked away right down here.
He was found laying on his back with his legs kind of perched up that way.
They were perched up like this, we think, to fit him into this space.
Right.
You see there's a kind of natural alcove here and these big pieces of bedrock. And he also had a big boulder resting here.
Tell me what you saw when you found the skull.
At that point, we didn't know it was a crime. While all the rest of the bones looked perfectly preserved and whole, the skull had all these fractures in it. So I thought, oh, that's a shame, it's all crushed.
Right.
And it was only later, when we talked about it, that we thought, actually, this maybe is the cause of death.
The unusual nature of the crime scene has Rod intrigued.
The way a body is disposed of will tell you a lot about the murder. If a body has just been abandoned, they were shot and they just fell. That person that did it was in a hurry trying to get out of there. If a body's been moved or somehow altered, maybe somebody's trying to manufacture a crime scene or conceal a crime.
To discover more about the victim's injuries, Turi's bringing the bones in boxes back to Professor Lucina Hackman, one of the forensic anthropologists who first examined them.
So here's our first bit of Rosemarkie Man.
They start with the spine and pelvis, both fit and healthy. The victim had extra bone growth where his upper body muscles attached to his skeleton, a sign he exercised regularly.
So we think Rosemarkie Man's down the gym, huh?
Well, unlikely at that time, but certainly he was doing something that was active, and it was keeping him fit.
Bones fuse at certain ages. A small sliver on the clavicle, or collarbone, shows Rosemarkie Man reached at least his mid-20s. But they can narrow it down even more.
What we then do is look at those areas of the body that we know change as somebody ages. So we've looked at the end of this rib here, and we know that that correlates to somebody that's between the ages of 24 and about 32.
So he's essentially coming back as a relatively young man. I absolutely love the detective work involved in my job. I love the taking all of the strands of evidence together to piece together a picture of what's happened in somebody's life and how they've died. So I can already see from here, he has got injuries on him. So what was he like when he arrived with you?
So the skull was in pieces. We had to spend quite some time piecing the skull together like a jigsaw, enough to be able to start to understand what happened. There's actually an injury at the top here, and you can sort of see the shape of the injury. He's also got injuries to the mandible, which is a jawbone. And you can see here, they've impacted right up into his skull.
You can see, so he's lost teeth. The root is still there.
The injuries, the way they're described to the skull, and the pristine condition, the rest of the bones with the skeleton ends, you can't avoid the fact that it's intentional.
Turi is continuing to look for more forensic evidence. She's meeting with leading forensic anthropologist, Professor Dame Sue Black, chief examiner of Rosemarkie Man's injuries.
The human skull is a bit like a boiled egg. You imagine you hit this with a hammer. You get a depression. But what you also have are these radiating fractures that are coming out from there. That was the point of impact, and this is where the forces from that impact are being dissipated out. Now, if you were to then have a second fracture to that site, but look what happens to these radiating fractures. They stop at the point where you've already created a fracture line. So we can tell that this one happened first and this one happened second.
What's happened with Rosemarkie Man?
He was a challenge. He had a set of injuries, some that overlapped and some that didn't.
Sue found the first impact on the victim's mouth.
There were fractures to both the lower teeth and the upper teeth, and fractures in such a way that the tooth had been sheared. So that's not a punch, that's something much sharper.
One of the upper teeth was found inside his chest cavity.
So has he inhaled
He's
that?
inhaled it. That tells you he was alive when that happened, because we wouldn't have got it in his chest cavity had he been dead.
Next, there was a blunt force to his jaw.
But it's fractured both of these as well, because there's been such an upward motion.
Yeah, huge force, it sounds like.
It's likely the third injury was caused when the victim fell backwards and hit his head. But that wasn't the final blow.
They have gone through the left temple and out through the right temple. Oomph.
Whoever it was, they wanted him dead.
Yeah.
This brutal fourth injury gives telltale signs of the way it was inflicted.
So in an entry wound, the bone is beveled on the inside. On an exit wound, it's beveled on the outside. And when you see the exit wound in particular, it's circular.
Yeah.
So there's a circular exit wound that says that fits well with, you know, a lance, a spear, something along that sort of line. The chance of anybody getting up after that is extremely slim.
Even so, there's a fifth and final injury.
That comes in on this space here. And it's again a penetrating injury. So something has really come down hard into that space.
Despite the horror of the attack and no less than 5 total wounds, the victim seems to have put up no resistance.
What I don't have are any defense injuries on him at all. Nothing that says an arm went up and a radius or an ulna became fractured. Nothing of that at all. So he's not defending himself, which means surely he must have been taken by surprise.
scientists pieced together enough skull fragments to interpret face muscles, producing a facial reconstruction of how this man, who lived 1,400 years ago, might have looked.
Now, you imagine he's the guy that you're heading towards, and you want to bring him down. He looks to me like the kind of person you don't want to give a second chance to him. If my daughters came home with that wouldn't be too bad, would it? You know, that's very pleasant to look at.
The evidence Sue uncovered is brutally clear. The bones prove this was a savage attack. But can the bones reveal more? Like who killed him and why?
So I've been to the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cramped, it's very tight.
His legs are flexed. What do you think is going on there?
I think it's opportunity. It shows that there's no real planning. Because if someone were to bury someone, they would at least make the hole big enough to put the person in.
Yeah. Do you think that it's been done in a bit of a hurry? They've just kind of like pulled him in, or do you think he was killed there?
I don't think it was a hurry, and I don't think he was killed there. I think he was put there, and I think he was put there out of convenience.
Rod's theory that the body was simply dumped in the nearest place to the murder goes against the conventional thinking. In fact, some experts are skeptical about the possibility that this was a murder at all. Many have pointed to the boulder placed between the man's legs as a sign of a more elaborate purpose.
I know there are archaeologists who think that this might be ritual because of the positioning and, you know, could he have been placed that way?
Ritualistic murders, I don't necessarily subscribe to the fact that the person who commits the act of murder is doing it for anything other than to satisfy their need to commit the murder. But I think it's an individual choice to commit a murder. And I think anyone who does it has a sort of an internal struggle. It sounds kind of bizarre, but that's the way it is.
Rod wants to explore whether his hunch that this isn't a ritual killing is correct.
In a modern-day murder, the witnesses that I speak to may be, you know, a neighbor or a friend. Now my witnesses are archaeologists. If I want to know about a certain burial type, the answer I need is this one different? So you're going to get that from your witnesses.
Rod's meeting archaeologist Steve Birch, an expert on Pictish burials.
Is it typical to bury in caves?
No, it isn't. And, you know, if we look at within the early Pictish period, we're seeing this quite regimented style of burial with cemeteries under these various types of mound, round barrows or square barrows, and some individual graves as well. Nothing like this. I've looked through all the literature, and there's just nothing quite the same at this time.
That's what piques my curiosity. The fact that there is no parallel. There is something distinct about this particular burial.
Backing up Rod's theory is the fact that no other Pictish bodies have been found in caves. Most have been discovered under barrows or cairns, with groupings of 5 or 6 bodies. But these bodies are arranged very differently to Rosemarkie Man's.
Most of them are the line on the back, typical inhumations, arms down by the sides, legs parallel.
As I look at his body, the way he's placed in here, I think is out of a matter of convenience. There's no pre-planning. I think he was forced to fit in there. The grave was shallow. His head was raised because they ran out of space. And I think they had to sort of force his feet and kind of contort him to put him in that position.
The other thing that stands out in this picture as well is the discoloration on the left knee, to show that that was sticking out of the sand.
Right.
It's visible, it's bleached.
There are a lot of different reasons why someone would want to display a corpse. It would be someone that wanted to make a serious statement about it.
And it's not the only seemingly deliberate display.
To be partially exposed in a huge boulder in such a specific place suggests almost disdain. It's emasculating.
Yeah. A thought of some academics is that this concentration on the pelvic region might be something to do with fertility.
Not only are you killing this person, you're killing their ability to reproduce. It's hugely symbolic.
But was the symbolism part of a mysterious ritual?
Is there evidence of maybe some sort of affiliation with religion?
If you went south of the border at this time, you've got the Anglo-Saxons who were also burying under mounds and things like this, sometimes in ships like the Vikings. Lots of grave goods. So, you know, the Picts are standing out in that. It's almost like a Christian trait, you know, with no grave goods, but it's obviously pre-Christian.
At the time of Rosemarkie Man's death, Irish missionaries were trying to convert Pictish kingdoms to Christianity, often successfully, but some resisted. To the west of Rosemarkie, on Scotland's Isle of Egg, St. Donnan and his followers were slaughtered in the 7th century.
Would the Picts around Rosemarkie's time, would they have been Christians?
A really difficult question. Christianity obviously came in and made its mark in quite a big way, but at the same time, I think there's a good chance that these Pictish individuals who are dealing with Rosemarkie Man are still pagan. Yeah. They've still got their own identity and they're doing their own thing.
Ordinary Picts may have resisted this new religion.
And I think even the Pictish stones, it's been suggested that the Pictish stones are in a way some sort of affront to the Christianity coming into Scotland.
But it was the local leaders who were the missionaries' main targets.
Thinking about the elite at this time, if you can convert those individuals, then you have a chance that will ripple through the underlying society.
You don't convert huge numbers of people, you convert their leaders. The majority wanted to stay pagan. The fact that this Pictish man had taken on this new religion may have been the motive for the actual murder.
The political and religious aspects of the time have given Rod a first suspect. If Rosemarkie Man was a Christian convert, he may have been killed by an enraged pagan Pict. But Rod's theory that it was murder isn't yet supported by enough hard evidence for Turi.
The one thing to remember is that we are going to be looking at these cases with our modern eyes. And something that we may see as a horrible murder may not have been viewed that way at the time. And I think a really good example for that is when you find sacrifices. And presumably that was part of the culture. That being said, we have to bear in mind that we can't just think that everything is a sacrifice. And that's where I'm hoping that the scientific evidence will help us.
While Turi seeks evidence from fellow scientists involved in Rosemarkie Man's case, Rod's also looking for more proof on the ground.
There are certain things that require a little more knowledge of what's happening in that period of time. I think our next steps are to find out a little bit more about the Picts, you know, how they operated, especially in murder or any other form of violence, or how they protected themselves.
Rod is visiting Dunnottar Castle, about 100 miles southeast of Rosemarkie. Before the castle was built, Picts made these sea cliffs their home. Archaeologists have found other such sites near to this coastline. Many now eroded away. At heights of over 150 feet, these cliffside communities would have been naturally fortified against attack. They would also have provided good access to the sea for attacks on other communities. Archaeologist Professor Gordon Noble has studied them.
In the Roman period, the Picts are known as sea raiders. They're raiding parts of the Roman Empire, they're going beyond the frontier at Hadrian's Wall, and that sea raiding seems to continue into the post-Roman period. So the sea and coastal fortifications are really important to the Picts. There's very large-scale pitched battles in this time period involving thousands of people, but you also get smaller raiding parties, you know, cattle raiders.
Is it possible that the Rosemarkie Man was killed by a sea raider?
I think absolutely, it's a distinct possibility.
Rod recognizes a similar motive in modern-day murderers.
The desire of one man for another man's property. I think that's part of a primal battle. It's someone that wants to come in, take the riches, and leave the people dead. It's no different than someone that wants to occupy a territory that sells drugs in modern day. Now you have displayed this power where you've taken over and become the person in charge.
If Rosemarkie Man was defending his territory, a prime suspect would be a sea raider. But could it be the other way around?
Well, I guess equally possible is that the Rosemarkie Man could have been a sea raider himself.
Yes.
So perhaps he was killed by someone defending their home against him.
Be interesting to see, you know, did he grow up locally or is he from farther afield?
Turi can answer that question. Archaeological science can now reveal where a person came from, even a body that's more than 1,400 years old. Professor Kate Britton at the University of Aberdeen specializes in this research.
I want to know whether or not Rosemarkie Man was local or was an outsider.
Well, there's different isotope techniques we can do to explore whether or not he was raised in this area and maybe whether he lived in the area in the years before he died too.
Isotopes are variations of a particular element. Scientists have found that geographical locations have particular isotopes in specific quantities. These are absorbed into the teeth and bones of people living there, so scientists can deduce where someone lived long after their death. Kate analyzed strontium isotopes in 2 teeth from Rosemarkie Man. One formed when he was a baby, and the other in later childhood.
This is a sort of map of Scotland, but it's superimposed with strontium isotope data. So here we've got the area around Rosemarkie, and both teeth are consistent with being local.
Okay, he's not an outsider, he's a local boy.
Well, we can say he spent his childhood somewhere very much like the area around Rosemarkie.
But what about adulthood? Could the victim have left the local area and then have been killed upon his return? There's more evidence in his bones.
Sulfur isotopes, they can be influenced by diet and coastal proximity. And we extracted his proteins, and it's spot on. Very, very high sulfur isotope ratio, which is exactly what you'd expect for somebody who would be living in this area in the years before death.
Everything at the moment, all of the evidence is pointing to him having grown up here, lived here, and then being murdered here.
This means if Rosemarkie Man was killed in a fight for territory, he was almost certainly defending it. But Gordon has another suggestion for Rod. Rosemarkie Man lived in the period after the Romans had left the British Isles. They left a power vacuum in their wake, and Picts often battled to gain that power.
You do actually get these little fiefdoms, you know, these warlords emerging. We know that Rosemarkie, that area, becomes part of the major kingdom known as Fortru.
Fortru is believed to have existed from at least the 4th century. It grew in size and claimed power over other Pictish kingdoms. Some experts believe Fortru kings were kings of the Picts, and Rosemarkie was at the heart of it.
In that 5th, 6th century, Rosemarkie is becoming the preeminent area of Pictland. So with power comes enemies, doesn't it?
Power grabs are familiar to Rod.
The way I make this make sense in my mind is I think of modern-day gangsters and modern-day warlords. After they hold that power for a while, there's always someone ambitious, you know, that wants to come up and take over.
It's a really interesting metaphor. So I think it'd be important to look for evidence of status as well. You know, is there any indication that he could be a war leader or a warrior?
To investigate status, scientists can again analyze isotopes. Nitrogen and carbon in the bones reveal the amount of protein an animal or person consumed. High protein levels in some Pictish human remains indicate that they ate more meat and dairy, so could have been high status. Kate's findings for Rosemarkie Man are revealing.
That would be a good fit for a diet that had a lot of pork in it, or possibly wild boar, or a diet that also incorporated chicken, ducks, geese, and maybe even freshwater fish.
So he's definitely a meat eater.
Definitely a meat eater.
Kate plotted his data on a food web showing the diets of other Pictish bodies buried across northeast Scotland. It's evident that Rosemarkie Man's diet matches the higher levels of protein for high-status Picts found in Fife and Burghead, which is believed to have been home to Pictish royalty.
Does that allow us to say something about the status of Rosemarkie Man? Is he high status?
I think that's something tricky to say. He's a meat eater that's eating some fairly high trophic level foods. We can't say too much more than that.
It is interesting, though, because as you say, he's grouping with Picts who are normally given proper burials, such that you can find them. And he's in a cave, so he really stands out in that way.
Rod now wants to find out what it might mean to be a high-status Pict. He believes that understanding a victim's world is key to tracking down their killer.
Not only to solve crimes, but to survive on the street, you have to be able to understand people. You have to respect them and their way of life. Most people think in terms of their experiences, and we have to figure out a way to think like the person who committed the crime and the person who the crime was committed against.
Archaeologists have uncovered some facts about Pictish life. It's believed they lived in roundhouses and longhouses. They grew crops such as wheat, barley, and flax, and raised livestock such as cattle and horses. Hamish Lamley has immersed himself in the craft of Pictish leatherworking for more than 10 years. He set up a temporary Pictish camp to give Rod some insight into their culture.
Welcome to our craftsman's camp.
There's so much going on here.
We are working some hides to get them soft, making some shoes, and some blacksmithing as well.
So is this the typical dress?
This is typical of what you'd see this time period, with the shoes, shorts, tunic, and a cloak with a belt and jewelry.
The jewelry is interesting. Is there significance to it, or is it just decorative?
It would show your status in social situations, but it's also your collateral, your bond in a transaction as well. If you want to use somebody's mill, you'd hand your brooch over as collateral for that. A lowly craftsman as myself with a copper alloy brooch like this is quite acceptable, but the elite would go into larger, more decorative brooches, and we might have somebody like the Rosemarkie Man wearing possibly something like this, which is a chieftain's chain. Now, if you hold your hand out for me.
Oh, wow.
You can really feel the weight
there's a lot of weight to
silver in
this.
This modern-day replica is based on 10 high-status Pictish chains still in existence.
How much is something like this worth?
Today, with the silver and the time involved, this is worth about £4,000.
Kind of reminds me of modern-day rappers.
It's not too different.
Yeah, and the status that comes along with it. Ironically, the display of jewelry apparently hasn't changed a lot since 600 AD, basically the same. And typically, when people display these types of jewelry or things worth money, oftentimes when they're robbed or murdered, people take this.
Absolutely. Some things just don't change in history.
Can you give me any other indication on how wealthy Picts lived? What kind of made them stand out?
We'd see powerful titles, and we'd see them leading men in campaign, trading, bringing wealth to their states.
Money and power are base instincts that Rod has seen back on the streets of Shreveport, Louisiana.
I believe that all murders are the result of sex, money, power, and control. Everything comes from those motives.
Rod's meeting with Hamish means he now suspects a third possible murderer. An ambitious rival who wanted to become leader.
I think the suspect would be someone who is wanting to assume that power. Someone that's ambitious, brave enough, the type of warrior that would enjoy the spoils that came along with it. Knowing that he was a man of status, someone relieved him of all of his goods. They not only took his power, but they took his status along with it. That's a very interesting concept because that's exactly what happens today.
But leaders weren't the only Picts considered to have status. Blacksmiths were valued. And since the archaeological dig that uncovered the body was originally examining metalworking in the caves next door, Turi thinks they may be connected.
So at the moment, based on what I've seen, I think that possibly Rosemarkie Man was a metal worker. And I'm wondering if it was a disgruntled customer.
Hey, how are you?
Rod wants to explore this idea with the Pictish camp's blacksmith, Tom Timbrell.
Being situated in a cave would make a lot of sense for blacksmiths at the time. One, it's a shelter for you, but as blacksmiths, we actually really prefer to forge in the dark. It allows us to see the color of the metal more clearly when we're heating it up. So in the dark of a cave, that would be ideal.
Give you the true definition.
Absolutely.
We do know that he was muscular, appeared to have superior upper body strength.
There would be telltale signs of work of where you are working in caves, stooping, effects on the back, wear on sockets as well.
Would there have been weapons around?
There would be the potential that there could be completed weapons in the cave, spears on shafts already.
But Rod is still skeptical.
Even if you had the availability of the weapon, or it's at your disposal, you don't necessarily have the training. It was decisive. It's pretty obvious that the person wielding the weapon had specific training.
Absolutely. I would imagine if you had access to the weapon and a lot less training, we may have seen a more messy death. Him being in the cave near metalworking doesn't necessarily mean there was an involvement between the two.
I like the way you think. Some of the basic concepts of investigation are to be able to think outside the box, rather than just what's convenient.
The net is closing on Rosemarkie Man's assailant. Now, with 4 firm suspects, Rod and Turi meet in the incident room.
So who are your suspects?
Well, there's the possibility that it was an invader. Then there's the possibility that Rosemarkie Man wanted to convert to Christianity, and maybe that ruffled some feathers, and maybe people didn't want to change their way of life.
And then somebody would have wanted to get rid of him because of that.
Yeah, I think that may have been the catalyst, but I think the actual root of it is that someone wanted his power.
I'd like to throw in a fourth.
Okay.
Metal worker. There was a customer who was not happy, and he happened to be trained, and he targeted him.
The only thing that I can be certain of is how he was killed. Very deliberate. I'm kind of stuck on why or who would have done that, though.
With 4 suspects now in play, Rod and Turi still think they need one more bit of evidence. They have the skull with clear points of impact. If they can figure out the murder weapon, it may tell them who wielded it. The team has found a Pictish weapons expert who they hope can match weapons to the injuries. Paul MacDonald recreates Pictish axes, swords, and spears from images carved on Pictish stones. They want to show him the injuries detailed by Sue Black.
Okay, so Sue thinks this is the first one. And you can see it's come in and it's broken teeth and he's inhaled. It's like shock because he's got a tooth down here. Do you have any thoughts on what you think might have caused that?
So the staff is one of our most ancient weapons there is. It's a big stick. So the injuries you could deliver with a staff would be either concussive striking injuries or thrusting actions with the end going into the face.
So that's not a punch, that's something much sharper.
So it would give a wider injury, wouldn't it, on the jaw there?
I think you're spot on. You're not going to get that penetrative action smashing through bones with the point of a blunt stick. So the next martial step up would be a spear. Now the early spears had bronze points capable of penetrating and thrusting through softer tissue.
So with that arrow-shaped spear, that's going to create a wider gap, just not as pinpoint or precise.
Exactly. It's going to cause a much wider injury. And you may even see evidence of the thinner section of the blade here as well, and we don't see that there.
The other thing we're looking for is something that's circular in cross-section.
Well, there's a whole other side to the spear we can look at. This was another form of reinforcing the end of the spear and making it a weapon at the same time. And it happens to give us that rounded, tapered section for concentrated force.
That's starting to look like it to me.
Looks more like it.
Okay, so I think we've got our murder weapon.
I agree. I think it's the perfect size, shape, and purpose.
Next, the team want to see how the weapon was used to inflict the sequence of injuries uncovered by forensic analysis.
So what feels most natural to you then?
Okay, he's grabbed, he's brought the back end of the spear in for the first strike, penetrating through. The second strike, either by the spear or by his second assailant coming in, which is getting the body, boom, down to the floor.
So we do know that he's on the ground because he hits his head at the back. So the next one, it comes in through the left and goes out through the right. So it looks like his head's to one side.
And that's easily delivered, boom, from above.
So the thing that's bothering me is some of the angles on these, because this fifth injury is at the sort of the back left-hand side. And that looks really difficult to deliver if he's like that. So I'm just wondering, Andrew, are you okay with sitting up a bit?
The suggestion of maybe 2 or even 3 assailants is more
plausible now. The fact that he's attacked from the front, he hits the ground. As he's going down, you have to make your mind think. You have 2 or 3 people attacking one man at the same time. It's a simultaneous attack.
Well, that final blow could have been a much more deliberate one in terms of, well, he's out of it already, but get him up, boys, for the finisher. Crack.
Paul's demonstration of the attack shows that it's likely Rosemarkie Man was set upon by a group of people. Rod thinks he's nearing the end of his quest.
If I couldn't solve a murder, I think I would be totally devastated by it. I'm really weird when it comes to murder. It's like the ultimate goal I'm trying to reach, to understand it. That's the object, that's the goal.
After much deliberation, Rod's insights and intuition have led him to one particular theory.
I believe Rosemarkie Man was a man of power, a man of influence, and probably a political leader.
He's a meat eater that's eating some fairly high trophic level foods.
This killer was someone who wanted to seize that power or neutralize him. How much is something like this worth?
This is worth about £4,000.
Now, during that time, there was a lot of change happening. Rosemarkie Man was probably a man who was resistant to change. I don't think that it was a surprise to anyone except Rosemarkie Man. It was clear that it was a pointed, rounded weapon.
Then that's easily delivered, boom, from above.
I think he was attacked from the front while simultaneously being attacked from the side or the back. And as he fell, I think he was finished. These were severe blows that were inflicted in a very skillful manner. He's placed into a very shallow grave.
He was lying on his back in a supine position.
His head is tilted upward and his legs are folded. He didn't fit that hole. They just wanted to get rid of him and dump him. A stone to the groin suggests someone wanting to display some power or a finality.
Taking into account all of the evidence, Rod thinks the most likely murderer was a rival leader. For the first time, 21st century police work and groundbreaking science have shed new light on Rosemarkie Man's murder.
I'm a street cop. I'm a street homicide detective. I think it gives you an ability to investigate crimes on a different level than most. You can study it, but you have to walk it.
For Turi, it's a new way of working, providing an insight into the lives and character of long-dead figures.
I'm always wary about using the word human nature because it's like, oh, well, people are going to react in a particular way. And I think that we're individuals and we don't all react in the same way to everything. But I think there's kind of like a universal sort of humanness. We can understand certain elements of the past.
The combination of forensic analysis and gut instinct, helping to solve an ancient mystery.
It's almost as though we're from different worlds. And I think that when you have two things that are that far apart, you can't help but get a great outcome.
Thousands of feet up in the Alps.
I've seen it from the top. It's really high up.
A 5,000-year-old murder victim frozen in ice. Now, investigators use science to retrace his final journey.
The hunter became the hunted.
And unearth who his killer was.
That's the final piece of the puzzle for me. I know exactly what happened.
Murder is a crime as old as time.
We've got the skeleton here. What can the bones tell us?
In some cases,
we've got a crime scene at 10,000 feet.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Have been unsolved for centuries.
It's a mystery.
He had his knees sticking up like this.
You have here his head.
Now, archaeological geneticist Professor Turi King.
It tells us something about our past.
and top homicide cop Rod Demery.
I've seen hundreds of murders, and it's all about putting that puzzle together with the evidence.
Are finally unearthing the truth.
So this could be an axe? Sure.
Buried in these ancient mysteries.
Whether it's now or 1,500 years ago, I still want to know what made this person do what they did.
Professor Turi King is in the Italian Alps, on the trail of Europe's oldest unsolved murder, Ötzi the Iceman.
So I'm really looking forward to this story because Ötzi the Iceman, incredibly famous archaeological story. I teach this at university.
Named after the Ötztal mountain range where he was found. The frozen body of Ötzi was discovered in 1991.
Encased in a block of ice. He's Europe's oldest mummy.
And while many scientists have studied the Iceman, no one has ever truly solved the mystery of his 5,000-year-old murder.
So it's going to be really interesting to see, is there anything new that turns up? And what perspective Rod's going to bring to this?
Louisiana homicide cop Rod Demery is already getting a feel for a place that couldn't be further from home.
Looking around the mountains, the landscape, this place is natural. I mean, the beauty, the water. I don't think it's changed a lot since Ötzi's time, and I think it's going to help a lot with the case.
Turi's heading straight to where the body was found.
We've got a crime scene at 10,000 feet. That's extraordinary. So I'm going to go meet an archaeologist called Andreas, and he and I are going to go and see the site.
But this is no ordinary archaeological site. Located on Italy's border with Austria, the crime scene is inaccessible by road and about a 3.5 hours hike from the nearest village. So Turi is being taken to it by air with archaeologist Andreas Putzer. This landscape has changed little in the last 5,000 years. As altitude increases, the meadows in the valleys give way to subalpine forest, and then to snowy peaks.
It is really beautiful.
Yeah. And the crime scene itself is even more remote.
In 8 minutes we are on the exact spot. There, straight ahead.
A ridge 10,500 feet above sea level. So rugged, it would be difficult for the helicopter to land.
The find site is down there. Now, straight on this rock.
The body, face down, was revealed by ice melt during an unusually warm summer. Today, a memorial marks the spot.
After the discovery, a rescue team went up and they recovered the body.
A body so well preserved, rescuers thought it might be a modern climbing casualty. But later analysis revealed the glacial conditions had created the oldest, fully intact human mummy ever discovered in water or ice.
After the ice conserved him for the last 5,000 years. The best way to preserve organic material, so that's why we today use freezer for our food. Yeah.
The conditions might explain how the victim was so well preserved. But why he was killed, and why here, remains a mystery.
So this feels like quite an extreme place for a murder. I mean, it's really remote.
Back on the ground in the nearby city of Bolzano, Rod is keen to cast a fresh eye on the case and is enjoying the challenge of investigating historic crimes.
Yeah, I'm really excited to investigate these ancient cases. To know that the same type of case exists, 5,000 years ago, is pretty fascinating.
The team meet in their temporary incident room, a mountain chalet near Bolzano.
Rod's going to be coming at it with his techniques that he normally uses, and I think it's going to be interesting to hear what Rod has to say on this.
Applying Rod's modern-day police techniques will be a new approach to this murder, which has been carbon dated to around 3200 BC.
To put this into perspective, he had been dead on that glacier for 700 years before they even started to build the pyramids.
Wow. This was the Neolithic Age. And Ötzi was living in a time of transition. People had started to cultivate crops and domesticate animals. But most still got their food and clothing from hunting and gathering.
So, why are we here? Is this a murder?
It's definitely a murder. So originally, when he was found, they thought that maybe he just died on the mountain, hypothermia. But then 20 years ago, the researchers found that he had an arrow in his back.
Only revealed by scans, the single stone arrowhead would have hit a main artery. A clear cause of death.
Shot in the back with an arrow on a mountain. Two good clues.
But there's been 30 years of research done on Ötzi and still no idea as to why he was murdered. So I think we should go and have a look at him.
Let's go.
Ötzi's remains are held in a special display chamber in a museum in Bolzano, dedicated to Ötzi.
So he's in here.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Most ancient mummies were prepared by removing organs and adding preservatives to the bodies. But Ötzi was preserved by the cold and ice, making him the oldest natural human mummy in Europe. The chamber replicates glacier conditions, continuing to preserve the victim.
He's like a giant freezer, so it's set at -6 degrees Celsius. And yeah, it's 100% humidity, essentially to preserve him as much as possible.
Wow.
It's interesting tattoos on his
Yeah.
body.
Each tattoo is positioned above joints where injuries or strains are most common. Scientists now think Ötzi's 61 tattoos were some form of Neolithic medicine. For Rod, seeing the body is always an important first step of any investigation.
When I see a dead body at a crime scene or a murder victim that I'm investigating, I see it as evidence. I see it as something that I need to bring some closure to.
As well as the victim's body, the museum also has some of his clothing. A tunic made of domesticated sheep and goat hides. Shoes that would have been insulated with grass. A bearskin hat. All of which bring the victim to life for Turi.
I do feel this when I'm working with archaeological remains. These are individuals. They once had parents, possibly siblings and children, and you want to understand what happened to them. I think that's part of being human.
Ötzi also had various possessions. They include a backpack, birch bark containers, likely used to carry warming charcoal embers, a dagger, an unfinished yew-bow, arrows and a quiver, a copper axe, and a pouch of tinder fungus for making fire.
All suggest that Ötzi was on some form of journey relatively far from home. Archaeologist Andreas is on hand again to give some context.
He had everything that you need to stay for a few weeks on the mountains.
What did people do on the mountain there?
Still today, the hunters go there to hunt the ibex. I'm convinced that he was up there for hunting.
The alpine ibex is a wild goat that lives at high altitudes. Ötzi may have been hunting ibex on the day he died. But what happened next is a mystery.
So something happened on the mountain where the hunter became the hunted.
And it's not the only clue Rod has picked up on.
How far were his clothes in possession from his body?
Only 2 meters from the body.
The movement of ice over millennia meant that most items had moved slightly away from Ötzi's body. But one item seemed to be still within reach. A weapon.
Now the dagger was on the right or the left side of his body?
On the right side.
Right side. Okay, it was near his hand?
Yes, the dagger was found close to the hand. So maybe he had the dagger in his hand.
It suggests that Ötzi might have had his dagger drawn at the moment he was killed. Turi wants to get a closer look at the lethal arrow wound on the body. She has arranged to meet a member of the preservation team, Dr. Martina Tauber, who has a full-size 3D scan of the victim's body and his injuries.
We are dealing with a body more than 5,000 years old.
When Ötzi was first discovered, scientists thought he died naturally, or of exposure on the high mountain slopes. It wasn't until 2001 that a blemish on the X-rays on Ötzi's left shoulder was revealed to be an arrowhead.
It's quite a small one. It's only 2.6 centimeter long.
It may have been small, but it was lethal.
Ötzi is likely killed by an arrow to the back.
It's with high certainty that the arrowhead is the cause of death.
So is it going to have killed him right away?
If you take also into account the environmental setting, and we are talking about more than 3,000 meters above sea level, he might have survived 15, maximum 20 minutes.
Scientists next set about finding the entry point and discovered a 3/4 inch cut in the skin on Ötzi's back that matched the arrow's trajectory.
So does that say something about the position of the attacker relative to Ötzi?
It's possible that it was shot from below or whilst leaning over.
Rod's on the trail of a suspect. His 14 years as a homicide cop have given him unique insights into how to solve crimes.
The most important thing when investigating a crime was finding witnesses. Victimology was a big thing for me. I used to find out everything I could about the victim. The first witness you talk to on a homicide is the person who saw the person last, or the person who found that person. But then the next witness would be someone that knows that community or that history.
With a definite cause of death and a suggestion of the killer's position when he fired the fatal shot, Rod wants to find out more about hunting and archery from the time.
Oh, hi.
He's meeting Neolithic weapons expert Jürgen Junkman at the Valsenalis Archaeopark, a museum close to where Ötzi was found. Ötzi was killed by an arrow, shot from a bow.
Is this a tool that most grow up with and they become experts?
They began at a very small age, maybe 2 years or so. We know of kids' bows, so they began at a very early age, And by the time they became adult, they were very good archers. They could walk, so they could
shoot a bow.
A bow. Everybody could shoot a bow, but not everybody was a good hunter, because not everybody has good eyes. Today we have glasses, but at that time they didn't exist.
It's believed Ötzi would have lived in a village that had a good water source and terrain suitable for the farming of animals and crops. But he also went hunting.
Bows and arrows, are they for strictly hunting, or are they used for self-defense?
They can be used against humans. And they were used against humans.
But how much skill would the murderer need to make that shot?
Now, what type of power, speed, accuracy did these bows carry?
Well, the range is probably from 50 pounds to around 90 pounds of draw weight. And the speed that you can get with an arrow like that is 120 to 140 kilometers per hour.
Wow.
Which is more than enough power to kill a man.
The arrow would have been traveling between 75 and 87 miles per hour. Its force would have been determined by its weight, speed, and the draw weight of the bow that shot it.
Now you can probably shoot up to 30 meters quite precisely, but everything more would be a lucky shot.
So it's pretty impressive. 30 meters is a pretty accurate shot.
The position of the entry wound in relation to the embedded arrowhead suggests the shot was fired from a position lower than Ötzi's shoulder.
So with Ötzi's wound, to achieve that type of trajectory, do you have to be in a different shooting position?
I would need a crouching position. In hunting, you do not shoot like that, but you normally hide behind some bush and maybe shoot like this.
Position of concealment.
It's no problem for an experienced archer.
Rod has his first suspect.
Ötzi's probably a hunter, because most are in those days, and he had hunter's equipment. So it's a possibility that he may have been a threat to someone else. Someone may have wanted his resources. He may have wanted someone's resources, or at least they thought so.
It's someone that wants to occupy or take what someone else has. They view that person as either weaker or maybe someone that has more than they have. If you kill them, there's no chance of retribution. They won't come back at you.
There's a real possibility that the person who killed Ötzi could be a competitor, fellow hunter.
If someone is coming in to take someone's territory and they're able to fend off that person by killing them, then they've succeeded in maintaining their territory and their power. I don't think the threat ends there, though. I think that's always going to be the desire of one man for another man's property.
A rival hunter makes sense. They would have had an arrow like the one that killed Ötzi. But if they were competing for resources, why didn't they take Ötzi's many useful possessions? Turi is wondering if Martina can help reveal the answer by explaining the other injuries found on Ötzi's body.
We have injuries on Ötzi's head. Once on the forehead. And as you can also observe, the right cheek and the forehead area has a dark discoloration. It may have been caused by falling, hitting his head.
So that's at or around the time of death, we think?
Yes.
Okay.
The head injuries fit with the picture of how Ötzi fell. He was struck in the back and fell forward, hitting his head as he landed. But there's another wound that seems unrelated to his dying moments.
Here you can see it clearly. It's a deep, irregularly shaped wound on his right hand between the thumb and the index finger. And it goes from the palm to the back of his right hand and almost deep to the bone.
So how old is that injury?
A tissue sample was taken from the cut.
The sample was tested for hemosiderin, a compound that often forms after bleeding, and also hemoglobin, that would indicate the presence of a blood clot. The results showed how long Ötzi had the wound before his death.
Biochemical and histochemical analyses identified coagulating blood and hemosiderin.
Okay.
Suggesting that it was inflicted a few days, 3 days before his death.
That's going to have been very painful. He's going to be in a bit of trouble there.
Yes, definitely, yes. Ötzi wasn't able to use his hand properly anymore. It was for sure life-threatening for him.
What's more, Martina is convinced that the injury wasn't accidental.
What could have caused that?
When you look also the position, it's a classical defensive wound.
So that's not self-inflicted. That's not from him cutting skins or as part of hunting.
No. As you can imagine, an opponent attacks you, then you try to defend yourself and protect your head. And sharp weapon enters in your flesh.
3 days before his death, it appears Ötzi might have been in a fight and been badly hurt. This would have been particularly bad if this was Ötzi's dominant hand.
Do we know if Ötzi was left or right-handed?
We know that Ötzi was right-handed because on his dagger, for example, and also other pieces of his equipment, fresh marks was identified from resharpening and repairing from a right-handed person. So yes, Ötzi was right-handed.
That's amazing you can tell that now, 5,000 years later.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Definitely, yeah.
The fact that Ötzi is right-handed may seem irrelevant, but small details can be crucial to a murder investigation. Jürgen can point out something on Ötzi's arrows that could be crucial to the investigation, and it's to do with the fact that Ötzi was right-handed. His quiver had 14 arrow shafts, but only 2 were properly made and ready to fire.
The 2 finished arrows that he's got are probably made by 2 different persons. It's about the winding of the feathers. And the one was probably wounded by somebody who is right-handed, and the other one by somebody who's left-handed, and he turned it the other way around.
Right.
And also the other arrow is longer than his quiver, so it didn't fit inside.
It didn't fit inside the quiver.
So it was definitely not his own arrow that he made.
An arrow made by a left-handed person suggests to Rod that right-handed Ötzi may not have been hunting alone, and that perhaps he was with someone who became murderously tired of his company.
Murder usually involves somebody that you know, or somebody that you have some sort of relationship with. And people that kill people that they work with may have had a dispute. There's always some sort of close relationship, everyday interaction that can bring it to a boiling point.
Maybe he's on a hunting trip. You know, with people he knows, friends he knows. They're kind of just chasing game around. Now, we know he has an injury to his hand, so maybe he's, I don't know, maybe there's some sort of argument, dispute, kind of spills over. So maybe it's a moment of rage. And it would have to be maybe someone he knew.
Rod's experience tells him that passion killers rarely steal items from their victims, making it more likely that his killer was a companion, not a competitor.
There may be some sort of resentment there.
Maybe something that just happened quickly. They left him right where he was and got out of there. I believe passionate murders happen because you're around somebody that you think is absolutely normal and they're not. And at any given point, their anger can blow to a point where they kill somebody. I think it happens more often than not, actually.
Rod needs to learn more about the community Ötzi lived in to understand who else might have had a grudge against him. Sylvia Tumler demonstrates Neolithic life at the Valsenalis Archaeopark. She's worked here since 2019 and is very familiar with the life Ötzi would have lived.
Wow.
People like Ötzi spend a lot of time in mountains.
Yes.
But do you think they were in settlements too?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they have some family or a family clan. Some had to go in the mountains for hunting, or maybe being a shepherd, or for getting herbs
And trading.
Yes.
Kind of like now. You know, some people live in the country and they go to the city to...
Yes.
Yeah.
These settlements focused on making clothes and tools and farming.
They grew wheat and vegetables, salad, herbs in the garden, and they still were hunters.
And hunt for the meat?
Yes, for the meat and for the skin of the animals.
But of all the everyday things that Ötzi had in his possession, a small dagger, a leather pouch, bows and arrows, there was one item that would have made him stand out from the rest of the hunters in his community.
Maybe Ötzi was some kind of chief because of the copper axe.
Copper axe.
Because it's a very rare material at this time. And he was quite old for this time.
Right.
He was in the middle of his 40s, and it's really old.
So Ötzi may have had some status.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
To find out more about the copper axe, Turi is meeting Professor Albert Zink, one of the world's foremost experts on Ötzi.
This copper axe was not only an instrument, but also something very expensive at these days, and not everyone had one.
Ötzi lived around 3350 to 3110 BC, the end of the Neolithic or New Stone Age. This is when people started to smelt tin and copper to make tools and weapons. The copper ore in Ötzi's axe came from southern Tuscany in Italy, suggesting his people had trade links further afield. We don't know if Ötzi traveled to get this metal or if the traders came to him, but one thing is certain. Ötzi's axe was groundbreaking for its time, heralding the beginning of a new era, the Bronze Age. But what did this mean for Ötzi?
The copper axe was actually the only thing made out of metal. We could assume he had a higher social status, but there are a lot of open questions around him, to which community he belonged, and whether he was really a leader or just somebody with a somehow higher social status.
The fact that such a high-status object was left with the body is a puzzle.
It's not theft, because somebody would have taken the axe, surely.
It's quite surprising, because I also would have expected that if somebody has killed him, he would take away this axe. An explanation for that could be that somebody didn't want to get exposed. Sometimes people are killed with the pure intention to kill the person and without any interest in his belongings. So the main goal is to kill him and then go away and leave everything like it is.
For Rod, the presence of a status symbol like the axe points towards a power play that is all too familiar in his work.
There's a possibility that Ötzi's high status by the axe, you know, the rarity of it, you know, it being something that was very coveted at the time. And the person who killed him may have been high status as well. I think the fact that Ötzi was shot in the back at a considerable distance is probably indicative of Ötzi being a very capable person. And the person who wanted to kill him wanted to sneak up on him. They didn't want the fight, they didn't want the trouble. Just get in, get out, one shot, one kill, so.
Ötzi's high status meant that he could have been a leader. Examination of his thigh bone has revealed he was around 45. Old at a time when it's thought the average life expectancy could have been between 20 and 28 years old. Perhaps someone else wanted to take over. Someone skilled in the art of killing.
A trained killer, there's no passion, there's no emotion. It's very precise. When you see someone that's been bludgeoned or beat, stabbed several times, that's passionate. If you see someone with a precise injury, professional.
Back in the incident room, Rod and Turi meet to discuss their findings.
What can we rule out?
Well, I think it's clear that it's not a robbery. We have a bunch of items that are left with Ötzi, particularly the axe. If you look at this axe, and you're just getting to the Middle Age, right? This is a valuable item. It's like the Ferrari of its day.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you think there's really no other motive other than just to kill him.
Yeah.
There's no gain of value. Now, here's the other thing. We know that Ötzi's a hunter.
He would be ready for close combat because he's got a knife and he's got an axe, but there's no way he could do anything from a distance because he's not got his bow.
He has a bow, but his bow's unfinished. Someone creeped up on him.
The really interesting one for me, he's got a really bad injury on his right hand. It goes right down to the bone. So he would not have been able to use his hand, and it's about 2 to 3 days old.
Yeah, it's really interesting to have a defensive wound. That means there's some sort of physical conflict. And I think the thing is, Ötzi's at 10,000 feet on a mountain.
It's a long way to go for somebody to go up there to kill him.
So the trick would be to figure out why.
Ötzi's body was found at 10,500 feet, around 6,500 feet higher than the likely location of his village. Turi is hoping science can help her track Ötzi's final journey into the mountains.
One of the really interesting things you can do these days is pollen analysis.
Archaeobotanist Dr. Klaus Ogle has analyzed plant protein found in Ötzi's body.
If you're eating bread, you're consuming pollen, but also by breathing the air. There's always pollen of the environment around, so they tell us something about the environment where he stayed.
Just like all alpine areas, the Ötztal Alps have a tree line, the altitude where trees stop growing. Beneath it, arboreal or tree pollen dominates. Above it, grass or herbal pollen is more common. Since Ötzi was found above the tree line at over 10,000 feet, Klaus expected to find mainly herbal pollen in his system.
So Klaus, what kind of pollen are you finding?
The major pollen has been arboreal pollen.
Not only was the majority of pollen from below the tree line, it was well below.
More than 50% came from the hop hornbeam.
Hop hornbeam is a tree in the birch family. In this area, the hop hornbeam only grows at altitudes of up to around 4,900 feet, at least 5,000 feet below where the body was found. So Ötzi had covered some distance in the hours prior to his death.
We have the hop hornbeam now just right behind you.
Oh, wow.
Not only could the pollen in his system determine the height that Ötzi was at before his death, but it could also tell Klaus when he was there. Because the pollen would have traveled through parts of his digestive system within certain time frames.
We have a time sequence of around about 33 hours to 55 hours before he died.
Because that's how long it takes to go through the digestive tract.
Exactly, exactly.
So Klaus was able to deduce Ötzi's altitude during the last 2 days of his life. But he could go further. By mapping where the plants that produce the pollen grow, he could also suggest the route that Ötzi may have taken.
We could see precisely that he traveled through different vegetation types.
Trace elements of 75 mosses and liverworts were discovered in, on, or around the Iceman, all dating from his lifetime. A third of them grow below the height at which he was found, and were most likely to have been carried up with him.
According to these moss leaves he had ingested, we could reconstruct that the most plausible way which he took up has been the gorge.
Klaus's team mapped where mosses grow across the region. They found that the ones connected with Ötzi still grow in the Schnallstall Valley today. Comparing their map with each moss pollen's position in the digestive tract, they could suggest locations for Ötzi at certain times in the 2 days before his death.
So it's like you've got a plant GPS. You've got not only a timeline, but a location as to where Ötzi is at a particular point, essentially.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
This is a plant GPS.
Yeah,
it's a
great.
good idea. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Ötzi's most likely last movements had been revealed. Now Rod and Turi want to see for themselves the route he actually took. They enlist the help of drone pilot Peter Santer to fly through Ötzi's final journey.
So it's really incredible. We actually know Ötzi's last movements. So we don't know quite where he's starting from, but we know it's in the tree line at about 8,000 feet.
The pollen found near the end of Ötzi's digestive system was consumed around 33 hours before his death. This reveals that at this time, Ötzi was at least 19 miles away from the crime scene, near the southern end of the Schnallstall Valley, and around 8,200 feet up near the tree line. He could have been at any of these 4 points on the valley sides.
We know that then he's following all the way along the valley floor, and that's 12 hours before he dies.
Ötzi is now well below the tree line, at an elevation of between 3,200 and 4,900 feet. This is an area of broad-leafed, deciduous forest, including hop hornbeam trees.
And then slowly it starts this climb.
The pollen that was in Ötzi's small intestine shows that between 4 and 7 hours before his death, he was back in an altitude of between 5,900 and 8,200 feet. He's moving further up the valley, where dwarf pines and spruce forests grow.
This is the last bit, apparently, just before he gets up to the top to 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it just looks dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it from the top, and it's really high up.
Yeah, incredibly steep climb, I think.
Yeah.
Now, in the final hours of his life, Ötzi is climbing up to over 10,000 feet to the scene of his death. Here, the terrain is much more treacherous.
Yeah, you know, from a tactical standpoint, you have all sorts of routes to evade people. You have all sorts of concealment, a lot of rocks for cover. Definitely evading something.
Yeah, he's on the run.
With 250 murder investigations behind him, Rod has seen how far many killers will go when motivated by personal rage.
If you're looking at people who commit murder and why they commit murder, that doesn't change.
So maybe it's a personal feud. You know, someone would have to have a really good reason to follow him up that mountain.
In Rod's experience, there's one very good reason why a killer would go to such lengths to kill another person.
first assumption, because we have someone found dead, is that that person's a victim. Not necessarily true. That person may be the villain. In fact, they may have hurt someone really badly. Whoever that person was, someone came to avenge their death.
Rod and Turi return to the incident room. They're still trying to make sense of Ötzi's climb up the mountain.
That journey is just incredible.
It is, and it's in the last 12 hours of his life. So this is not going to be an easy journey to make.
And I think when we talk about his hand injury and the time frame, it could have happened here at 8,200 feet, but probably more likely at 4,000 feet. There are people in the valley. There are people in this little village here. It's possible that he got into an altercation here. I think maybe something happened and he was trying to get away.
Without evidence, the team can't pin Ötzi's murder on any one suspect.
There's one more piece of scientific analysis to explore. Maybe understanding Ötzi's diet and health will help us figure out what's going on here.
The science has shown that Ötzi made a very strenuous journey. He was an experienced hunter, likely familiar with the terrain, but not a young man. Microbiologist Dr. Frank Meixner and his team investigated Ötzi's health. They began with his final meal, extracted from Ötzi's stomach. The contents were rehydrated and examined under a microscope.
So we have here the stomach content.
When did he have his last meal?
Yeah, actually shortly before he died. So this is also quite surprising. So he had a big meal. The full stomach was completely filled actually. And this material, yeah, it was chewed, but it was not yet digested.
Magnified multiple times, the team could discern undigested fibers of plants and meat. Testing these for proteins, lipids, and DNA, they discovered that Ötzi's final meal included ibex and red deer meat, along with wheat and trace elements of bracken fern, which he may have wrapped around his food to carry it.
That's not somebody who's on the run, who's eating little bits on the go. That sounds like a full meal. It tells you a little bit about what his mindset might have been.
He was pretty comfortable.
I mean, the fact that he's got a full stomach.
And to feel secure and safe enough to stop and actually have a meal.
Yeah.
This would seem to indicate Ötzi was feeling better about his situation, possibly believing he had reached a place of safety. But the research team also found some bacteria that may have made him anything but comfortable.
Yeah, we have the stomach pathogen Helicobacter pylori, which can cause gastritis or even more severe diseases.
Is it possible that he suffered from this?
He would be ill and definitely had stomach pain, yeah.
And this wasn't the only condition Frank's team found.
He suffered of atherosclerosis, actually. So if he would not be maybe been shot by an arrowhead, he would have had a heart attack, actually.
Atherosclerosis sufferers have a buildup of plaque in their arteries. This causes thickening and hardening, making it difficult for blood to flow.
So he's basically got heart disease.
Altitude affects the heart, and this condition would have made his climb even more difficult.
If he's got this heart disease and he's going up a mountain, wouldn't he feel the effects of it? Maybe shortness of breath?
It could be that he already had some symptoms.
Scientists also discovered signs of arthritis in Ötzi. The tattoos on his body may have been some form of acupuncture treatment.
It sounds like Ötzi was in bad health.
Yeah, you know what? And that's the final piece of the puzzle for me. I know exactly what happened.
think with historical murders, it's really challenging because there's really no way to verify. The challenge is matching up all your evidence with what you have and telling the story.
From the evidence that we have, this is completely interpersonal violence. It's nothing but that. The fact that there's nothing taken.
I also would have expected that if somebody has killed him, he would take away this axe.
There's injuries.
It's a classical defensive wound.
The cuts on Ötzi's hands indicates there was a fight. There was a knife fight. He probably killed someone a few days before, and someone came to avenge that person's death. There's hot pursuit. I think when he leaves the valley floor and goes back up to the mountain, he is looking for a safe place of refuge.
He was not in the greatest condition. I mean, his heart disease, his arthritis, his injuries, he had to have needed to make that journey. That's a key piece of evidence.
He would be ill and definitely had stomach pain.
I think in a survival mode, he takes the most difficult path, the one most cover, most concealment. He doesn't believe anyone's going to follow him.
Maybe he was going to make better weapons. Maybe he was just going to rest and come up with a new strategic plan. He may have got to a point where he thought he was safe because of the route that he'd taken.
He had a big meal.
I think he thought that person or persons would be discouraged from following up that mountain. But no, someone was determined. I think the killer used very good tactics. You know, the best way to do it is to get in, get out, sneak up on them. They don't know where the shot's coming from. There's a saying, the military saying, if you heard the shot, you weren't the target. And I think that explains Ötzi's situation. He never heard the shot. It was clear that the goal was to kill Ötzi. That determination in doing so is what was key for me. This wasn't about anything other than murder. No. This wasn't about possessions. It wasn't about theft. It wasn't about territory. It was about revenge.
Rod believes Ötzi's murderer was a revenge killer.
I think investigating Ötzi was an incredible experience. In that the science was so fantastic.
The pollen and the plant analysis, that was absolutely fascinating. The fact that you can use that almost as a sort of a GPS to give you a really amazing picture of what was going on in the last couple of days of Ötzi's life. I mean, I think that's absolutely extraordinary, at 5,000 years distance.
What was interesting is that you can see the story from where he was, where he ended up, some of the injuries that he had until his final death. If you were to take away the fact that this happened 5,200 years ago, you would think it happened yesterday.
A hidden cave in Idaho reveals a corpse.
It could have been killed by decapitation, or decapitation came afterward.
I think it takes a lot to destroy a body like that.
And a tragic family tale.
So his family were Mormon settlers.
Yeah.
Of murder on the American frontier.
This case has the tone of something completely different.
Murder is a crime as old as time.
We've got the skeleton here. What can the bones tell us?
In some cases,
We've got a crime scene at 10,000 feet.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
have been unsolved for centuries.
It's a mystery.
He had his knees sticking up like this.
You have here his head.
Now, archaeological geneticist Professor Turi King
It tells us something about our past.
and top homicide cop Rod Demery
I've seen hundreds of murders, and it's all about putting that puzzle together with the evidence.
are finally unearthing the truth
So this could be an axe? Sure.
buried in these ancient mysteries.
Whether it's now or 1,500 years ago, I still want to know what made this person do what they did. I've never been to Idaho before in my life, and in fact, I never thought I'd ever come to Idaho. This is the farthest north you can get in the United States, and I lived in the farthest south you can get.
Former homicide detective Rod Demery is in a state renowned for its wilderness and stunning landscapes. He's investigating the mystery surrounding an unsolved murder. Home to Native American tribes for thousands of years. In the 19th century, the Oregon Trail and gold strikes in Montana and Idaho saw white settlers arrive in these lands. One popular route saw miners and gold travel through Idaho from the minefields south to Salt Lake City. New settlements cropped up in between, in places like today's Clark County. Recently, the county made headlines after suspicious remains were found near the small city of Du Bois. Professor Turi King is joining Rod to try and solve one of the county's oldest murder cases.
The town was founded in 1892. I suppose it's not really that old, but it really does feel like you've stepped back in time. It feels like cowboy country.
Together, they'll be based out of their incident room, a museum in a former church just a few miles from where the victim was found.
This is known as the Clark County John Doe. The case actually starts way back in 1979. So there's a family in a local cave, and they come across this torso. So no arms, no legs. It had basically dried out, so it was mummified.
So we actually have not only a murder, but a dismemberment.
Yeah.
And a decapitation.
It takes a lot for someone to dismember a body.
The crime scene is a hidden cave, known only to locals and artifact hunters, likely seeking ancient arrowheads left by Native Americans.
How bodies are disposed of and left at a crime scene can tell you a lot about the victim. For instance, if a body's been moved or somehow altered, maybe somebody's trying to manufacture a crime scene or conceal a crime.
So this is the cave that the torso was found in.
Bart May, the county's recently retired sheriff, leads the way.
Watch your step as we go down through here. It's a little bit slick. It gets pretty dark too. Feel the temperature change?
Yeah, sort of a natural refrigeration, huh?
Stays this temperature all year long, winter, summer, it never changes. I think that's kind of why everything's preserved the way it was.
Yeah, there's really no decomposition at that point.
So this is where the torso was found, right here in this hole.
In 1979, the torso was uncovered by an 11-year-old girl, allegedly hunting for arrowheads.
These are the reports that were written by sheriff's offices to everything that was done up to this time.
Okay, there was clothing on the body as follows. Blue pinstripe shirt, maroon wool sweater, black wool pants. Wow. I think that in itself kind of dates it.
Yeah, I do too.
The fabric of the clothing suggested the victim had been killed sometime around the 1920s. But without a head or the limbs, no one knew who the victim was.
And of course, they dug down just as deep as they could, thinking the head and the arms and legs and all that would be right here too. They would dig till they hit rock, and then they'd move to the next spot over and just kind of did a grid search all the way through here. Never did find anything else other than that torso.
Wow.
With no ID, the victim was recorded as a John Doe case. that seemed unlikely to ever be solved.
So then years went by. I always wondered just what happened with the rest of the body, and that went.
Then, 12 years later, in 1991, a second artifact hunter made another gruesome discovery.
About 25, 30 yards from here, further in the cave, he sees these arms and they're sticking up out of the ground. A lot like the torso, they're still very well preserved. Still had clothing on the arms and that, which matched up to the clothing that was on the torso.
The hands were sent to the FBI for fingerprinting, but they were unable to get answers. The victim was still seeming impossible to ID.
Do you think the head is here? Do you think it's even here?
I don't think the head's here.
Yeah.
I think that the rodents and that have probably packed it off.
Right, right. Anything else?
The arms and the legs and that were individually wrapped in burlap bag.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
This small detail reminds Rod of a previous case he worked back home in Louisiana.
There was a guy that did it in Shreveport. He cut this lady up and put her body parts in trash bags.
And in that case, there wasn't just one victim.
He killed, I want to say it was 3 girls.
The similarity is leading Rod towards a first suspect.
I think it takes a lot to destroy a body like that. So the question is, you know, was there a serial killer working in the area? Someone that has a really depraved mind that wants to mutilate and destroy bodies.
Turi is hopeful forensics can provide the answer. Her first stop is Idaho State University, where the remains are stored.
This case does feel a little bit different. So this is somebody who could be within living memory of someone who's alive today. And that makes it feel that little bit more personal.
She's hoping Dr. Samantha Blatt, who recently re-examined the remains, might have some answers. The initial analysis indicated that the victim was a Caucasian male, but there was no obvious cause of death.
There were no particular markings on the torso that suggested, oh, the individual was stabbed or anything like that. There was nothing recorded about the organs or any other soft tissue.
To obtain evidence from the bones, they needed to be cleaned.
And so a couple things happened. First was the long boiling process, actually taking flesh off of the torso. Then we used dermestid beetles, which will eat decomposing tissue for the limbs afterward.
Now, with a defleshed skeleton, the forensic search for evidence could begin.
There is dismemberment on both the humera at the mid shaft. As well as both femora at mid shaft. And there is a decapitation right there on the 6th cervical vertebra. So that would have been that inch above the shoulder.
Yeah, where they've removed the head, yeah.
We also cannot know if he was alive at the time of the dismemberment. It could have been killed by decapitation or decapitation came afterward. There's not really a way to know from what we actually see here.
Frustratingly, the remains do not reveal the cause of death. And without a skull, discovering the victim's identity is all the more difficult.
How old was he?
Anywhere from 25 to 50 years old, which is not terribly helpful, but that's unfortunately typical when we're looking at adult remains.
With the victim's precise identity still a mystery, Rod is exploring the theory that this might have been the work of a serial killer. He's hoping to find other cases with similar details.
Very rarely you'll get those cases where you have some psychopath, that does serial killing, but even they have a type. They may kill all women, or they may kill all men, or they may kill within their own ethnic background.
So I'm gonna search for dismemberment from 1905 to 1964.
For once, this 20th century case offers Rod an unusual source of evidence. Newspapers from the time.
So I'm gonna read through these to see if I can see any similarities.
With 25 results, the possibility of a stranger attack by a serial killer seems plausible.
So there's a woman that was found dismembered in Denver. Body parts of an unknown man scattered. A New York guy had a missing head. So there's not a lot here to suggest that there's some sort of serial killer operating in the area. Yeah, I think ruling out a serial killer is probably the thing to do.
With suspect number 1 a dead end, the chances of the murderer being someone the victim knew now seem more likely. Turi knows her specialty, genetics, can be a way to identify the victim and the murderer.
Ordinarily, what you do in cases such as this is you take DNA from the individual and you're trying to match it against DNA databases that are held for missing people.
Scientists were able to extract DNA from the victim's bones, but records only go back to 1984. So a new method has emerged.
And it is called investigative genetic genealogy.
Today, some 26 million people have submitted DNA tests to genealogy websites. This means scientists can now match some of those DNA records with unidentified individuals who might be related to them.
And that allows you to start to work out who this individual might be.
After scientists sent the victim's DNA to a lab, genetic genealogist Anthony Redgrave became involved in the case.
Anthony, what did you find out from the genetic genealogy?
Well, when we first started out, we were really surprised by how high some of these matches are.
The matches were strong, and there were many more than Anthony's team had ever seen.
And we kept seeing this happen. Okay. And I thought that I broke it. I actually thought that I'd broken the website because I was like, why is it saying that he's so old? This has never happened before.
But when they looked into who these matches were coming from, the data started to make sense.
What we found was that a lot of these genetic matches were related to pioneer ancestors of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
The Church of Latter-day Saints is often known as Mormonism and was founded by Joseph Smith in 1830. By the 1850s, most Mormons were based in the area surrounding their headquarters in Salt Lake City. But after the completion of the Transcontinental Railway in 1869, the railroad spread north to states like Idaho. Mormons began populating the towns and cities along its route.
So his family were Mormon settlers then?
Yeah.
When Idaho became a state in 1890, around 1 in 5 of its inhabitants, almost 18,000 people, were Mormon. And it was this small population combined with a particular Mormon practice that led to Anthony having so many strongly related matches.
Because this was during the time of plural marriages.
Yeah.
So we were seeing that there were a lot of like half first and second cousins marrying each other because that was just who was available.
Yeah.
This intermarriage meant many individuals shared DNA with the victim.
And without knowing when he was born or when he died, it's basically a logic puzzle.
The only way to solve the puzzle was to work backwards to find the ancestral couple to whom all these people were related, and then trace their descendants.
As we kept adding more and more matches, eventually it only gave us one place to look, which was a child of Joseph Jackson Lovelace and Sarah Jane Scriggins.
The couple had 8 children. The victim must be one of the 4 sons. The only problem? They all had recorded death dates.
So we kept pouring back over and over and over all these brothers to try to figure out what's going on here.
One researcher matched the records with their graves.
At some point, one of the people on the team said, hey, this headstone doesn't have a death date carved on it. One of our researchers actually called the Payson City, Utah cemetery and said, hey, is there anyone buried in this plot? And they called back and they said no.
So he's got a gravestone, but no one's ever been buried there.
Yes.
So you're pretty sure you had your guy at this point. What was his name?
Joseph Henry Lovelace.
The clerical error had hidden a breakthrough.
So the body in the cave was Joseph Henry Lovelace.
Yes, absolutely.
Lovelace, dismembered and dumped in a cave with no love at all. The unidentified torso is now an individual with a traceable history.
Born 3rd December 1870, which is significantly earlier than any of us expected.
Married to Agnes in 1896 and living in Soda Springs, Idaho in 1910.
We have them in the 1910 census, right here. And he's a stable man at a hotel barn, so he's taking care of people's horses while they're at the hotel.
Joseph and Agnes also have 4 children. But Anthony's research wasn't done.
The thing that we crave when we're doing this is just like putting a name to a face, especially when we're dealing with somebody whose head was never found, so we wanted to know what he looked like.
But no photos of Joseph Lovelace exist. So Anthony composited a photo-fit face from photos of Lovelace's relatives.
And what I ended up getting was this.
Anthony has made an educated guess with this portrait. Whatever he looked like, the dismembered body's identity has now been revealed. After more than a century as Joseph Henry Lovelace. However, his death is now even more puzzling. What led to a family man from a Mormon faith like Lovelace being murdered and dumped in a cave?
What we know is we have got Joseph Henry Lovelace, about age 40, red jumper, lots of blood staining on, and that would make sense because he's been dismembered. There's not much at the moment, but we now know it's probably around the 1910s. Obviously, the other cases we've been looking at have been fairly ancient. This is relatively recent. Do you think that's going to make it easier?
Makes it a lot easier.
Rod's been a homicide detective for 14 years and has never wanted to do anything else.
I think the part of the investigation is the rush that you get when you work it. I mean, to be responsible for figuring out how somebody or why somebody was killed. But all these emotions are there, and it's a rush. It's a huge rush. And when you find out or you close a case, you look for that high again. It's incredibly addictive.
And it doesn't take long to pick up the trail in his latest case. Research shows the Lovelaces left Soda Springs and traveled over 130 miles to a large Mormon community in Burley, still 200 miles south of Du Bois, where Joseph Henry's body was eventually found. Even today, there is a large Mormon community in Burley, and while they no longer practice polygamy, most still abstain from alcohol, as they did in 1909, when Burley became a dry county. But it seems like Lovelace may have strayed from his parents' faith. Newspaper reports show he'd become a bootlegger, someone involved in selling illegal moonshine. To find out what a bootlegger's life in Burley was like, Rod's meeting historian Dr. Hope Benedict in the county's museum, which has a replica of a century-old frontier house.
Wow.
Yes. Home sweet home.
So is this what it would have been like for Lovelace back in his day?
I think it would have been pretty close, given the circumstances under which Lovelace lived.
We know that Lovelace was into bootlegging. Was there a point where bootlegging was an issue?
Well, it was certainly a way to make some extra money. Especially, it sounds like he needed to make extra money as he moved around. And that might have been one of the reasons why he was moving around.
With alcohol laws legislated at county level, wet and dry counties sometimes bordered each other, creating opportunities for the enterprising bootlegger.
So you kind of had a mixture between dry and wet counties.
Yes, it was a complete mix-mash. So you could be a bootlegger 10 miles from where you live, and you could actually be drinking or selling liquor legally 10 miles down the road.
Right.
Burley in Cassia County was dry in 1914. But just across the Snake River, Hayburn in Minidoka County was wet.
Well, that kind of puts things in perspective for me, because when I think of bootleggers, I think of, Al Capone and, the 20s. And the reality is that during that time, it was just kind of a quick way to make money from jumping from county to county.
For a man like Lovelace, with a wife and 4 children, the temptation was just too strong.
So today, it's almost the same when it comes to marijuana, or it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very good analogy.
Named after the practice of hiding bottles, bootlegging was carried out by organized gangs and enterprising individuals. Reports of Lovelace carrying a suitcase of booze suggest he was more of a runner than a mastermind.
Unfortunately, it would probably be easier to be caught in a place like this with a small population. Henry Lovelace has a suitcase. We know what's in it.
There. Right. We have an article here where Henry Lovelace decided that he was going to throw his alcohol into the river. Yes, he saw the police were behind him, and he dumped it.
Lovelace was finally behind bars. But prison wasn't to his liking.
I think if he was a dangerous criminal and he broke out of jail, there'd be this huge manhunt for him. But now it's kind of like, no, don't go look for him. We don't want him back.
Yes, they didn't consider him a danger to society, pretty clearly.
But while the police were relaxed about Lovelace's bootlegging, it was still a dangerous activity, as Hope knows from her own family history.
My family probably won't really appreciate my saying this, but my grandfather was a bootlegger from about 1916 through much of the 20s. So he would haul it in from Montana, pick up his cache of alcohol, and then drive into Idaho. Well, this night, he drives up, pulls into the cache area, and sure enough, there is somebody else's liquor. And he thought, aha. So he loaded that onto his truck in addition to the liquor that he already had, and he started up the hill. The other car, full of bootleggers, gets down, realizes their alcohol's gone, turns around and starts chasing my grandfather up the hill. And they were shooting at him, according to the story. And my grandfather flew off the other side, of course, and lost them.
Hope's grandfather's story had a happy ending. But Lovelace's past as a bootlegger is already leading Rod to another potential suspect.
Where we are thus far with Lovelace, we know that he was murdered. We know that he lived a lifestyle that wasn't necessarily upright. And he was around probably a rough group of people. Someone could have felt like he's taken their money. Someone could have felt like he'd taken their alcohol. There are a lot of things that put him in danger. A plausible explanation for his death could be somebody from the underworld.
After 1914, Joseph Lovelace's bootlegging exploits don't feature in the press again. But there are reports that he and his wife Agnes moved north from Burley, finally ending up in Du Bois, Clark County.
I think now that I've learned about Lovelace's bootlegging, I want to know how he ended up so far north in Du Bois, dead. That's a big question.
Today, Du Bois is a small city with a population of around 600 people or less. But in 1915, it was growing fast, and new residents, like the Lovelaces, would have had to live in tents before building houses. To find out more, Rod and Turi have come to talk to the town's historian, Bonnie Stoddard. Bonnie is 91 and has lived in Du Bois for 85 years.
So when Lovelace arrived here and they moved to a tent, was that common?
At that time, they were still homesteading a lot of this area. And there was a lot of people that's coming in as homesteaders.
The 1862 U.S. Homestead Act allowed any family to be given 160 acres of government-owned land. New territories like Idaho, opened up by the railroad, were ripe for exploration. And Du Bois was no exception.
Okay, the railroad come through Du Bois in about 1879.
As an important stop for the railway, the town grew quickly. The prospect of work on the railroad or on the surrounding ranches attracted a constant stream of settlers staking their claim for land in this new frontier town.
See all the homesteads out in there?
Oh, yeah.
But with desert conditions and an altitude more than 5,000 feet above sea level, it was a tough place to settle.
The winters were very harsh. I've seen it be 40 below, and I couldn't imagine him living in a tent, especially with little kids. I think Lovelace had to ask a lot of his family just to live here.
And as Bonnie has discovered, theirs was a brutal life.
Our county group had decided to put together a history book, and I came across this story of the murder in Du Bois.
Woman is murdered, husband suspected.
The woman's name? Mrs. Charles Smith. But as the newspapers reveal soon after the incredibly violent murder, this name is an alias. And Mrs. Smith is actually Agnes Lovelace, Joseph Henry's wife.
So we now have two murders.
Joseph Henry Lovelace and his wife.
Most people who commit domestic violence resort to it because they can't maintain a functional relationship with conversation, intimacy, and growing. They lose control because they can't control that person. And when that person maybe finds it elsewhere or decides they want to leave, that person kills them.
Apparently, she went to the dance and she was told not to go. And she went anyway.
He approached her bed after she returned home from a dance and split her head open with an axe.
The attack was so violent that reports say she was almost beheaded.
Murder is a very intimate crime, which means the person closest to the victim is the person you're going to look at. I mean, who would want to kill this man's wife but the husband?
So if Mrs. Charles Smith was really Agnes Lovelace, who killed her? Bonnie has a poster for the wanted man.
Oh, wow. Okay, so wanted for murder.
At first glance, he could be Lovelace.
aged about 40 years.
By 1916, Joseph Loveless would have been 46. And the similarities don't end there.
Height about 5'8" or 9 inches.
It was a height range of 5'5" to 6'1".
Dark brown hair.
There was pubic hair and there were arm hairs, and they were determined to be like a reddish brown color.
Red sweater.
Maroon wool sweater.
But Rod knows to accuse someone of murder, you need hard evidence.
Do you believe that the man in the cave is the man who murdered Agnes?
I really do. I think he's Loveless.
The only problem with Bonnie's theory is that the man on the wanted poster is not called Loveless or even Smith, but Walt Cairns. Bootleggers like Loveless were known to use fake names. So the question now is whether this was a made-up name by Loveless or was a different man entirely.
Could Joseph Loveless and Smith and Walter Cairns be the same person?
Apparently so. When you stop and think about it.
Yeah.
Could Loveless, the murder victim, really have killed his wife like Bonnie says? With nothing but confusion surrounding Agnes's murder, it's time to take stock at the incident room. Turi has found reports showing that a man was actually arrested for the crime.
The person who's arrested for Agnes's murder is known as Walt Cairns.
But within days of being jailed at St. Anthony, he escapes from the courthouse. Assuming that Walt Cairns was an alias used by Loveless, and he was suspected of killing his wife, could that have made him a target for someone seeking their own form of justice?
In May 1916, there was strong talk of a lynching. So you can see how it might be thought that Joseph Henry Loveless escapes from jail in St. Anthony, comes back here, is killed, and then put in the cave.
It's a possibility that's leading Rod to his third suspect.
It's possible that someone could have believed that Loveless killed Agnes and wanted to sort of exact revenge for Agnes's death.
I think revenge murders are very present. People want to avenge who they love or who they're loyal to.
In 1916, in remote areas like this, policing was still becoming formalized, and vigilante justice was not unusual. The horrific murder of an innocent woman would have shocked and angered the local community. It may have led them to take the law into their own hands, organize a posse, track down the killer, and deal with him in any way they saw fit.
Maybe an angry mob, maybe townspeople, family members. It could be anybody that wanted to avenge her death.
But the revenge killer theory depends on whether the man who was arrested for Agnes's murder, called Walt Cairns, was in fact an alias for Joseph Henry Loveless. Rod is wary of jumping to conclusions.
I think what troubles me is we have a lot of speculation, a little bit of imagination.
Bonnie's convinced that Walter Cairns and Loveless are the same people. I'm not so convinced. I like something a little more concrete, something that can support not only the accusation or the theory, but something that can actually prove something to be true.
Clark County has fewer than 900 residents. Murder is rare. And so are cops. But in the hope of finding concrete evidence, Rod has tracked down the current sheriff, John Clements.
Now, once you guys had found out that the guy in the cave was actually Loveless, who do you think may have killed him?
My theory is he murdered his wife. And his escape coincides timeline, everything with when her family would have arrived to get her remains.
The sheriff suspects Loveless was busted out of jail by Agnes's family or friends and then killed as revenge. But there's no hard evidence so far that it was actually Loveless in jail at all.
It's really important to know exactly who committed a murder. The accusation changes lives, and to do that, I think you probably need some real evidence.
To be able to point to this person actually being identified as the same person is the key to the entire case. I want to be able to find something that actually says Walter Cranes is indeed Joseph Loveless.
Based off everything I can find, the most probable, logical answer is they're one and the same. To say there's a direct link that absolutely says without a question, there isn't one.
Right. I think one of the most fascinating things about ancient murders is that the most crucial evidence is always the evidence that's missing.
Even without evidence that Cairns and Loveless are one and the same, the idea that the victim found in a cave might also have been a murderer has become a big news story, with much of the world's media reporting it as fact. But Rod thinks they're wrong.
I think what's really interesting is all these websites have the same story. It says DNA evidence identifies man who killed his wife. They call him an axe murderer. It's just a story that's just caught on fire. You know, someone made a story and everyone else just copied it. And I think that's what's so disturbing about this.
I think the basic human right is justice. And I think if you're able to provide justice to a person, whether dead or alive, you've succeeded. That's your mission, that's your purpose.
In this case, justice for the Lovelaces might be hard to find. The investigation has thrown up 3 suspects: a serial killer, a rival bootlegger, and a revenge killer. But none of them add up for Rod.
I just don't see it. This case has the tone of something completely different.
It's never what people think. People kill people that are closest to them. Personal, intimate relationships, love, marriage, love triangles, that probably is the majority of murders that are ever worked.
We have a lot of evidence, but yeah, a lot of conjecture.
A lot. The problem is none of it fits, and all of it is circumstantial.
In a case that feels like it's on the shifting sands of rumor, science can offer solid ground.
There's so many sort of strands of sort of scientific evidence that you can bring to remains. You know, what are the marks on the bones? What's the sort of weapon that would make that sort of mark? And how does that fit in with what we know about the victim at the time?
A closer look at the injuries could reveal how Loveless was killed, and perhaps the type of person who killed him. Dr. Amy Michael is a biological anthropologist and an expert on trauma.
We can't tell how Loveless died, but what does the trauma tell us about what happened to him?
You know, in this case, the trauma was not the slam dunk, but it does give us some interesting post-mortem information. And so there are a number of clues here. We do see cuts on the 2 largest bones of the leg, the femur. And then also on the humerus, and you can see the perpetrator chose to go right through the midshaft for the most part on both of those bones.
Now that strikes me as odd.
Certainly, going through the joints would be a lot easier. You're not cutting through bone, you're cutting through cartilage and tissues, of course. But I don't know if we're dealing with a perpetrator who knew much about anatomy, because certainly this was difficult to do.
The killer was no skilled butcher or surgeon, and more details of what happened during Lovelace's dismemberment are soon revealed.
There's some striations on the inside of one of the bones.
What we're seeing here is very indicative of like a saw used by hand. So as the perpetrator is moving that saw through the bone, it's going to leave those striations on the cortex of the bone like that.
Yeah.
The striations say something else, too.
Well, it's pretty apparent that he was on his back and the cuts were coming anterior to posterior.
With his leg being sawed from the top to the middle before snapping.
So this would be the front of the thigh here, and the blade was moving through this way.
Well, he's on his back. And presumably he's face up and they can see his face.
Yeah, that would be a very disturbing image, right?
Finally, the trauma markings reveal one more piece of evidence.
So if you hand me that distal femur right
Yeah.
there. So it looks quite different. We get some fracturing.
That's
blunt force trauma, something like that.
So this could be an axe?
Sure. An axe makes a chopping wound.
An axe. The exact same weapon used to kill the victim's wife, Agnes. Could the same killer be responsible for both of their deaths? Could it be that Lovelace never had this alias at all, and in fact the killer was a real person known as Walt Cairns who knew the victims well?
What's really come across to me is how much somebody would have really wanted to do it, to actually take the time to do that.
Turi is searching for evidence of a real person called Walt Cairns. But beyond the newspaper reports, there don't seem to be any records anywhere.
Rather frustratingly, I've gone through the records, and at the moment, I can't find anyone. So that's a bit of a dead end, it looks like, at the moment.
Despite no definite proof Walt Cairns existed, Rod is convinced that his instincts about the case are correct.
Homicide investigations are based on hunches and instinct and faith. Where I am not very good at other things, I recognize that that is something that I'm very good at. But I can't rely on it alone. So I need validation from things that would corroborate that.
Having worked on over 250 murders as a homicide detective, Rod's confident he's reached a conclusion to this case.
Our victim is Joseph Henry Lovelace.
So he's got a gravestone, but no one's ever been buried there.
Yes.
He was some sort of bootlegger. He was married to Agnes Lovelace. What we do know is Joseph Henry Lovelace was not a violent man.
They didn't consider him a danger to society.
So to draw a conclusion that somehow he became a crazy killer and started chopping his wife's head off with an axe is a stretch. Usually when we see cases where husbands kill wives, it's a little bit more than the fact that she went out dancing.
Rod believes that Agnes's love life might have been complicated.
I believe that Joseph Henry Lovelace was killed in the middle of some love triangle. It's not unreasonable to think that that blew up into something violent, and her lover killed Joseph Henry Lovelace with an axe.
That's blunt force trauma, something like that.
You can almost infer that it's the same weapon. The fact that Agnes's head is almost severed from her body
The fact that Joseph Henry Lovelace didn't have a head, those types of similarities are not just that coincidental.
Rod has decided it's most likely that a man calling himself Walt Cairns murdered Joseph Henry Lovelace. And then did the same to Agnes.
It's something that happens all the time. It's nothing new. It's nothing that's out of the realm of possibility. It's something that's actually quite common when it comes to relationships that are estranged.
And for Rod, this 100-year-old case, nearly 2,000 miles away from his hometown, couldn't be more personal. When Rod was 3 years old, his own mother was shot to death by her new husband.
My mother was killed for the same exact reason. You know, there was a man who wanted to possess her. He wanted to control her. Didn't want her to be with any other man. It's not love. It's about possession. It's about control.
Having started the case with the John Doe torso, the science has unearthed Lovelace's extraordinary life and times.
This has been a really engrossing case. We've had an absolute ton of evidence and really fascinating because it feels really recent.
Rod's experience has led him to a conclusion that flies in the face of the story that is spread around the world.
I believe that justice has to be served at all costs. But you have to kind of stick to your convictions. To determine somebody's guilty before you have actually proved it, that's a miscarriage of justice.
And in a community that was haunted by these two unsolved murders, the truth matters.
Justice is probably the only thing that people have. And for someone not to receive it, God, it ruins generations. When my mother's killer wasn't prosecuted, the injustice of that kind of devastated my grandparents, which in turn devastated my brother, who ended up committing a murder. So I think that's, it has a ripple effect. It changes the identity of people. So I think murder is about one person committing a murder, but I think someone being murdered is about everybody.
On the east coast of Scotland,
every now and then things spectacularly erupt.
The excavation of an ancient burial ground
I want to go and have a look and see if we can work out what happened to him.
uncovers a mysterious skeleton.
There's some kind of blade being thrust into his shoulder.
And an 800-year-old killing.
You don't have much, and you lose it all. There's a sense of desperation.
Murder is a crime as old as time.
We've got the skeleton here. What can the bones tell us?
In some cases,
We've got a crime scene at 10,000 feet.
That's interesting. Yeah.
have been unsolved for centuries.
It's a mystery.
He had his knees sticking up like this. You have here his head.
Now, archaeological geneticist Professor Turi King
It tells us something about our past.
and top homicide cop Rod Demery
I've seen hundreds of murders, and it's all about putting that puzzle together with the evidence.
are finally unearthing the truth
So this could be an axe?
Sure.
buried in these ancient mysteries.
Whether it's now or 1,500 years ago, I still want to know what made this person do what they did.
Former homicide detective Rod Demery is in Scotland to investigate an 800-year-old murder case.
Scotland's kind of spooky. It's really still, and anything still and quiet has the potential to hold secrets. I've seen just about every type of murder that there is, whether it's now or 1,500 years ago. I don't know that the motives or the reasons why people do it change at all. It takes the same cold heart, same steady hand.
Professor Turi King is already at the incident room.
This is a really fascinating period of Scottish history, so I'm really interested to see where the forensics can take us with this. But I think we're going to be missing a lot of the forensics that Rod might be used to. It's 800 years ago, so Rod is 800 years too late.
Their incident room is a 16th century castle just 3 miles from where the body was discovered.
This is someone who was found during the excavation that was taking place down by the harbor.
In 1999, archaeologists excavated an ancient burial ground near the sea in the town of North Berwick.
And they found this individual just here.
Of all the skeletons they exhumed, one, skeleton 605, seems suspicious.
There's actually not that much of him.
And to this day, his death remains a mystery.
So we've got a little bit of torso and arm.
Right. So it looks like the left side of it?
Yeah, just the left side of him. Scapula, spine, few ribs, arm, little bit of the skull.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay.
Not much to go on.
It seems gruesome, but it's not unusual for parts of skeletons to go missing as cemeteries are altered across the centuries. Scientists were able to carbon date the remaining bones. They show that the man was alive between 1150 and 1280 AD.
So what do you know about the Scottish medieval period?
Not a lot. Knights, shining armor, damsels, distress. That's about it.
We're just coming into that period, and it's quite a rough time.
Medieval Scotland was ruled by a king, Alexander III. But it was effectively a divided country, broken into often warring territories. North Berwick on Scotland's east coast was the center of a territory called Lothian. Ruins of classic Motte and Bailey castles like this one still survive from the era. But with nothing more than an 800-year-old partial skeleton to go on, this will be a tough case to crack.
It's just like, what am I going to do with this? Once it's at a skeletal stage, that's a roadblock for any detective. You need somebody who has expertise in that.
Do we have anything to work with?
Well, in a case like this, we can learn an awful lot from the skeleton by examining the bones and doing some forensic analysis. I want to go and have a look, see if we can work out what happened to him.
Okay.
I deal with ancient remains on a very, very regular basis. You're looking to see if there's anything that suggests how this individual died. Was it a violent death?
To discover what the remains might reveal, Turi is meeting Dave Henderson, the bone specialist who first examined the body.
So, Dave, we've got the skeleton here. What can the bones tell us?
Well, the first thing to say is he's a large male. He's about 5'9", which is pretty tall for a medieval Scot.
At the time, the average height would have been around 5'6". Marks on the bones can also reveal his build.
You can see on his humerus here, the upper arm bone, these rough patches show how the muscles were used repeatedly. He's quite strong and robust.
They can also estimate his age.
There's not an awful lot of wear on those teeth. We can tell he's around about 20 to 25 years old.
So, young man then?
Young man, prime of life.
And most importantly, Dave has forensic evidence of how the man died.
When I first saw this, I was astonished. So there's some kind of blade being thrust into his shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Which went right through. So that's been a major blow from behind.
The sharp wound is on the left scapula, or shoulder bone. But Dave noticed the weapon didn't stop there. It continued right through into the 5th rib beneath it.
So that is from behind a sort of stab into the back.
And it's not the only one. There's a second stab wound to the same shoulder bone.
Again, very sharp. It seems to be a downward blow.
And 2 more, plunging into the back between the 7th and 8th. And 8th and 9th ribs. These were probably the fatal blows.
Crikey. So it looks like somebody really knew what they were doing.
Yeah. That would actually go straight into your heart at that angle.
So definitely murder.
Definitely murder, yeah.
With murder by stabbing confirmed as cause of death, Rod heads to the part of North Berwick where the remains were found.
In a modern day murder, the witnesses that I speak to may be, a neighbor or a friend or something. Now my witnesses are archaeologists or forensic scientists. Someone that knows that community or that history, the lineage. They're just not immediate witnesses, but they're the closest that we got.
Archaeologist Tom Addyman led the dig that discovered the body.
So typically, when I investigate a murder, I like to know the area a little bit. So what was medieval North Berwick like?
I think it was a very prosperous place. It was a small coastal community, a small town, set in very rich farming land and benefiting from the very good harbour.
Okay, so a lot of import-export type of goods being traded and so forth?
Absolutely. It was also a major routeway, and the harbour was the launching point for travel across the Firth of Forth on the pilgrimage route to St Andrews.
The cathedral at St Andrews was the largest of its time in Scotland, and one of the most important holy sites in Europe. By making the holy journey, or pilgrimage, pilgrims believed they might cure illnesses, forgive their sins, or earn entry to heaven. St Andrews drew travelers from as far away as southern England, France, and even Germany.
Wow, so a lot of pilgrims from all different types of places just kind of passed through here to get to St Andrews.
Yes, more or less anybody coming from the south, particularly from England. There are 4 or 5 major routes through the hills and along the coast that converged here at North Berwick.
The ferry from North Berwick's harbor was helpful to their journey, shortening a long trek of 84 miles into a single day's sail across the Firth of Forth. At its peak, it was used by 10,000 pilgrims a year.
Any place that draws a bunch of tourists or a bunch of transient people can be problematic at times. Some people may come on a pilgrimage to go to see St. Andrews, and some people are just opportunists. They can make money and kind of live off people like that. Not everyone's good.
Back with the skeleton, Turi is hoping Dave Henderson's expert eye might be able to spot a clue as to the victim's identity.
So looking at the remains, is there anything else you can tell from them?
Sure. For example, on the shoulder blade here, that little hook, this is called the acromion.
The acromion is the top of the shoulder. In most skeletons, it is a seamless extension of the scapula, the main shoulder bone. But sometimes, very rarely, it doesn't fuse or join properly to the scapula.
You can see sort of a line.
Yeah.
So what's causing that?
Repeated stress on that shoulder joint.
It's evidence of a strain caused by a repetitive motion.
So is this something like he's a sailor, or, is he... I'm Canadian, I think lumberjack. Is he chopping wood?
Sure.
Is he,
There are several movements of the shoulder could do that, but that sort of action.
It's an intriguing lead.
I'm really interested in this shoulder abnormality that he's got. I want to find out a little bit more about it, because it might tell us a little bit more about who he was and what his occupation was.
But for now, Rod is still working the pilgrim angle. He wants to retrace the route travelers would have taken to the ferry. Along the way, they'd have passed the town's giant hill known as the North Barrack Law, where Rod's meeting archaeologist Peter Yeoman.
So once they arrive here and they see this, it's got to be a great feeling.
Yes, North Barrack Law is a major landmark today, and it was in medieval times as well. And they knew by the time that they got here that they were really getting very close. And we can see the water from here, the Firth of Forth, the 10 miles or so of water that they had to cross. And once they were on that side, they were really very close to their goal at St. Andrews.
What I know about St. Andrew is that he's regarded as the first saint, sort of the one who spotted the Messiah.
First apostle, first follower of Christ. So he is the top rank of saints. And there was only 2 places where pilgrims could come into contact with that enormous power. One was Santiago de Compostela in northern Spain, the other was here.
So this journey, it's, for miracles and maybe even atonement.
Yes, exactly. And there are even records of this for St. Andrews.
The draw of salvation for pilgrims and redemption for sinners created a thriving market in North Barrack. Lodging was often free, but locals could sell clothing, food, and other items to thousands of visitors a year.
So being travelers, pilgrims, tourists, or strangers, they'd be easily identified, I would assume.
Yes, that's right. And it was important that they could be identified as pious pilgrims, because that could qualify you for being generally looked after and cared for. So they had a characteristic garb, long wool tunic, if you were well enough off, a good pair of boots, and often a small bag that you wore across your shoulder.
And there was one other particular way pilgrims could be recognized.
This badge was found at St. Andrews, and this is one of the ways in which they would be identified.
My method is to look at a historical murder and compare it to a modern-day murder. If you have people that are traveling from one part of the world to another, that's like a tourist that's going to be in New York City and gets mugged on the subway. I think the definitions or the verbiage may change, but the circumstances don't.
If pilgrims are coming, they're almost like tourists. And whether they're wearing different type of clothing, shoes, or whatever, robbery is a likely scenario.
Absolutely. And pilgrims on the road could be seen as easy pickings. So they could be prey to bandits. And they wouldn't necessarily be carrying anything of tremendous value. But people were very poor, and they might feel that taking something off a pilgrim wasn't so bad.
Peter's description has given Rod an idea for his first suspect.
The victim, it's possible, was a pilgrim. And the suspect would be a robber. Someone's not going to be here very long. No one really has any loyalties to him. They think he has something of value, they're going to take it. Now that turns bad when that person resists. So it's very possible that someone just robbed him.
as Rod zeroes in on robbery as a motive. Turi is meeting with archaeological finds specialist Julie Franklin in the hope of discovering what weapon was used and how.
Each weapon will have its own fingerprint. And that's where I'm hoping that the scientific evidence will help us. So can we tell anything about the weapon by looking at the shape of the wounds on him?
The best of them is the one through the shoulder blade, where we have this very clear mark where the blade has gone right through the shoulder blade. And there's another tip up here where the tip of the blade has just cut into it.
And it looks like a diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is lozenge-shaped.
So that's a pretty distinctive shape. What did you think did that?
We thought it was a knife.
So you don't think it's something like a sword or an arrow?
We considered swords, but swords are obviously big, long weapons, and trying to use a sword over an arm like that, it just seemed unlikely. And the two through the ribs are so accurate, it just seemed unlikely.
So you've come down to a knife. What are the knives that people have at this period?
Well, this is the kind of knife that most people would have carried at the time. Everyone would have carried a knife like this. You can use it for cutting things, you use it for eating.
But a standard knife is only sharp on one edge and has a flat back to the blade, making a triangular wound.
So it couldn't have made those stab marks.
So what could?
Well, this is a medieval dagger. And as you can see, it has a lozenge-shaped section. And this fits perfectly with the shape of the incisions and the bone.
Who's carrying one of those?
This would be carried by someone who was a professional killer, a soldier of some kind, but this is for killing human beings with. That is its main reason for being.
With the blade profile, Turi and Julie can determine the likely angles of the knife attack by matching their replica weapon to the injuries.
So it would have had to have been right down.
Yeah, and it fits into that notch there.
Angled like...
And up, isn't it?
Flat
It's up
like,
and flat.
Like that.
Yeah.
The two stab wounds on the shoulder were delivered downwards, whilst the two fatal strikes between the ribs entered the body upwards, all of which seemed to point to a speedy surprise attack.
Are there any self-defense injuries on him?
No, there's nothing. The only injuries that we could find on the bones that we have left, obviously, are the 4 stab wounds.
So if someone's coming up from behind and doing this quite professional killing, it sounds like he didn't really have much of a chance.
I don't think he did, no.
Piece by piece, these 800-year-old bones have begun to clear the mysteries surrounding the victim's fate.
We know quite a bit about what happened to him and the weapon that killed him. That's kind of a strange feeling to know about the last few minutes of somebody's life and how they were killed.
How does the forensic evidence of a surprise attack fit with Rod's theory of a robbery gone bad?
The really fascinating thing about this is from the shapes of the injuries, we can tell pretty clearly it was a dagger that was used to kill him.
Wow, yeah, that would absolutely do that.
So what's your thinking?
I think the first suspect would be a robber, someone who robbed a pilgrim. I think what kind of points me in that direction is just the location of the burial. Now, we know that this church was used for pilgrims, and I wouldn't be surprised if most people buried there were pilgrims. And I think just as it's a transient place for people to congregate and go on the pilgrimage, it's the same place for them to be laid to rest.
My concern with that theory is that this weapon is expensive, and that suggests to me, it's carried by a professional. Would they need to rob somebody, do you think?
Well,
They may have robbed someone and took that knife.
Sure.
So we can't really say that.
I'm really interested in that shoulder condition because it might give us an indication as to occupation. So I want to go and find out about that.
Okay, sounds good.
Unfused shoulders like the victims are rare. But famously, forensic examination of skeletons on the shipwrecked Mary Rose, an English warship sunk in 1545, have revealed that possibly at least 14% of the crew had the same condition, known as os acromiale. Records show that crew members were fighting with heavy bows and arrows. Could the victim have been an archer? Professor Hamish Simpson is an orthopedic surgeon.
So what is os acromiale? What is that?
This is the shoulder blade here. There's a couple of smaller areas, one at the very tip here and another one here. If you have mechanical forces on this area that are constantly kind of moving these bits around, it prevents them forming a solid piece of bone across here.
It's like they never properly fuse.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So in this one, this part of the bone here is all fully fused here, whereas in os acromiale, there would be a little line across at this part here, or a partial line across there, rather than it being solid bone.
A recent study has found that baseball pitchers are more likely to have the condition than any other player. And always on one side, on the shoulder of their dominant or throwing arm.
It was a far, far higher incidence in the dominant arm of pitchers who were throwing the ball more than 100 times per week.
Scientists have narrowed the cause down to shock, a sudden snap or explosion of energy in the pitch. Professional tennis players also develop the condition in their dominant shoulder.
So what about everyday manual work? So if he's chopping wood or, if he's on the coast, is he rowing? Will that give you the same sort of thing?
I think it's less likely to. It's not just any kind of type of force. I think it's that sudden explosive force that it looks more likely to give you this condition.
The theory that archery could cause this condition has never been formally tested. Until today. Hamish's colleague, Professor Kia Nazarpour, is wiring up a volunteer's shoulder with state-of-the-art motion sensors.
Should we have a look then?
Okay.
Let's see what happens. Kira, you've got Jez wired up now. So what do we do next? What are we looking at here?
So we are looking at the acceleration on the X, Y, and Z axis right at the tip of the shoulder blade.
That's left side and that's right side?
That is correct. That is the left side, that is the right side, yes.
If the team can prove archery creates a stronger shock on the left or bow side, it'll be compelling evidence that it can cause os acromiale.
Should we see it?
I think, yeah. So, draw, please.
He's pulled back.
So you see a draw. And loose. We see a really big acceleration across the three axes, which is larger on the left-hand side.
When shooting an arrow, the shoulder that holds the bow receives a sudden, very strong force, seemingly enough to cause the unfused condition seen in the victim's shoulder.
Yeah. But let's do a few more, just making sure that this was not just the one triad.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Draw. And loose.
Oh, consistent.
Very consistent.
Look at that.
Indeed.
I think that fits really nicely with the idea that this skeleton was from that of an archer.
That was truly fascinating. And what came out of that was that someone being an archer could really account for someone having os acromiale. And Hamish seemed pretty convinced by that. So it's looking likely that our murder victim was an archer.
To better understand what sort of person a medieval archer would be, Rod's meeting historic archery expert Ian Stevenson.
That's impressive.
Do you want to have a go, like?
Yeah.
If you just
step in slightly and I'll show you.
Okay. Now, I'm left-handed.
Oh, no. You ever heard the word sinister?
Yeah.
Well, sinister is Latin for left. So left-handed people are the devil's people. Do you still want to shoot left-handed?
Yeah. All right, so this has to...
Nope. Tip your bow over.
Okay.
Your arrow goes on top.
Okay.
The red one's up, yeah. Did you hear a click there?
I heard a click, yeah.
Shoulder towards the target.
Okay.
Point your fist towards the target.
Okay.
Pull the string right back to your ear. Right back to your ear. Right back to your ear. Loose. Okay. The only thing wrong with that was you didn't get your elevation right.
Yeah.
You know, you were aiming straight for the target.
Straight for the target.
But the further your target goes away, the higher you've got to elevate your bow before gravity takes over and just pulls it down.
We call that bullet drop with the gun.
Yes, exactly.
It wouldn't have been unusual for medieval archers to use bows with 100-pound draws. Loosed arrows could travel at more than 200 feet per second, over a distance of 120 yards.
I'm going to give you another bow here. Instead of a 35-pound bow, this is a 50-pound bow. There you go. Now do exactly the same.
All right, let's see.
Push that.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot stronger.
Pull.
Yeah, that's a
No,
lot
pull again. Pull, 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 pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
And these people did this every day.
That's 50 pounds. Medieval archer could draw and loose between 12 and 15 arrows a minute.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Could you manage that right now?
Yeah.
No.
An archer would make a formidable opponent. Extremely strong and highly trained.
What type of men were they?
Roughies, tufties.
Yeah.
When they went on the field, they were soldiers. But if they were fighting amongst themselves, they were street fighters, they were brawlers. They would knock 7 bells out of each other and, you know, if it came to the crunch, you just draw the dagger.
The likelihood that the victim was a trained fighter raises new possibilities for his murder.
What we do know is that archers were very strong guys. I mean, they were really rough. They were tough battlers, you know. They went to war, they did personal protection, bodyguard. I want to know what's going on locally. You know, what would get somebody this tough killed?
Throughout the Middle Ages, all of Scotland was divided into fiefdoms, ruled over by great lords. Even today, East Lothian bears witness to this violent and tribal age. Ruined castles and other fortifications dot the landscape. For an archer living in the 12th or 13th century, there would be plenty of opportunity for work. To find out more, Rod heads to meet medieval historian Professor Richard Oram.
So I'm curious, who would an archer be working for?
Down here in East Lothian, the king has delegated power to great lords. And those lords have got lesser lords under them. And it's almost like protection rackets in a sense.
Right. The way you explain this, it's no different than ganglands or bosses of crime families, you know. There's always these sort of skirmishes and power struggles.
And it's just possible that you have got members of the opposing teams, probably the better way to put it, who just happen to turn up in the same place at the same time. It's not planned, but somebody sees our man and thinks, right, that's one of Bissett's men.
Present day, that would translate, this guy's in a West Coast street gang, and he sees a rival gang member, and they killed one of their gang members. It's the same crime.
The violence around North Berwick at the time has led Rod to his second suspect.
In my experience, being in the wrong place at the wrong time, wrong side of the tracks, wrong neighborhood, gets you killed. When you start introducing the possibility of some sort of military-style weapon in the manner it was used, then that kind of changes the scenario.
With a second suspect and 2 possible victim profiles now in play, Rod needs help to progress the investigation.
If you're working a homicide, you need science to prove that you're not just chasing ghosts.
The team has arranged to meet weapons expert Jonathan Waller to try and recreate the killing.
So, John, we think our guy was killed with a dagger. So can you tell me about this weapon?
Sure. This is what they call a quillen dagger, because the crosspieces are known as the quillens. It can be held in a reversed, some people call it an ice pick grip, stabbing this way. It can also be held in a sort of normal grip.
So that's kind of interesting, because from the wounds on our man, it looks like there were 2 different grips. Here, turn around. So you've got one here, and it comes in like that. And then you've got another one here that it looks like it's coming down that way. It actually goes into the rib. Then we've got 2 that go through the ribs, and they're going up. What do you think? 2 different grips?
Well, if I was stabbing someone from behind, I'd be coming in on this side.
So for me, that's really interesting, because the first wound comes in here.
For Jonathan, these injuries don't indicate a professional, thought-through attack.
If I was coming in to murder somebody, I'd be doing the simplest, most effective thing, which would make me expect the wounds to be on his right side. These stabs,
That at the top was weird.
to me, strikes as somebody that's, you know, why didn't I stab him in the throat? Why
Yeah.
didn't I stab him down behind the collarbone and go that way?
Yeah.
Instead of a coordinated attack, the injuries indicate a much more chaotic situation.
Is there another possibility?
I think there could be an altercation that has escalated. And knives getting drawn like they do these days. So, you know, you could have been stabbing me as much as I've been stabbing you.
Right,
But
and that would account for the extra stabs.
If he grabbed me, I could be pushing his arm out of the way before he draws his dagger, pulling my own. We could have also got into some kind of grapple. And I'm stabbing him from behind.
Yeah.
And that could have taken place with me on the floor and you on top. And I'm drawing the knife because I don't want to be stuck there. It could even be that you grabbed me around the waist and he shot in to grab me and I've managed to pull my knife out. I'd be stabbing, just to get him off. So my feeling is it's one of those confrontational scenarios.
Jonathan's attack analysis suggests that the wounds are more likely consistent with a fight than a professional killing.
So what do you think?
So that's completely changed my opinion talking to Jonathan. So talking to the archaeologists, they thought it came from behind, almost like he was jumped. But having seen that, I'm starting to think it was a brawl.
I would agree. I think it's a fight. I don't think it's an assassination.
Somebody got into a fight.
Any defensive wounds may have been on the parts of the remains that were missing. With a new perspective on the attack, Rod wants to look at scenarios that might bring a pilgrim or an archer into a fight. And with 4 years' experience as a military policeman for the US Navy, he knows exactly where to look.
I think there's a mixture of alcohol and military and youth and testosterone that's definitely worth the look.
The ancestors of modern-day bars were alehouses. These were small home businesses run by women who brewed ale for their families and sold anything left over to paying customers, either through a window or by inviting them inside. Drinking ale was often a communal event, and drunkenness was common in medieval society. In an age where everyone carried a knife, the results could be deadly. Turi is meeting Professor Elizabeth Ewan, an expert in Scottish history.
There were lots of alehouses in North Berwick at the time. There's an awful lot of records of brawls that probably started in alehouses. You end up with assaults or people calling each other names or insulting them, and then that leads to blows. And that might have been what happened with our man.
Fights in alehouses were sometimes caused by another medieval obsession: gambling. Mark Hall is an expert in the games of the time.
How popular was gambling in the Middle Ages?
I think it's fair to say that it was endemic. People liked to gamble. And dice were probably one of the most sort of scandalous forms of gaming when it was used on their own, particularly a game called Hazard.
The present-day game, craps, is closely related to Hazard and is still played widely in casinos across the world. But for people 800 years ago who owned very little, the stakes could be high.
People were willing to bet everything on trying to win the game, and you keep rolling until you've either won the money or lost everything, basically.
Mark has found evidence of everyone from noblemen to peasants going broke in hazard games.
There's this fantastic illumination, and you can see here we've got two guys. They're both totally naked. They're both burning in the flames of hell, and the illustrator has captioned it, "Don't play hazard, it's more dangerous than a sword," and this is the fate that awaits you if you do. In the period that we're looking at, in the early 13th century, there's a poem called De Vetula, and in there, warning is repeated that if you start a game of hazard, first you'll be calling each other names, then you'll accuse one or the other of cheating, then you'll start boxing each other, then you'll start pulling each other's hair, and then before you know it, someone's pulled a knife and someone is dead.
The combination of a young victim, a thriving drinking culture, and extreme gambling leads Rod to his third suspect.
I'm wondering if this guy was a gambler. If you don't have much and you lose it all, there's a sense of desperation. I don't know how easy it would be for someone to walk away from everything they lost. And I've seen in my career, it's not uncommon when people lose in gambling, where they become violent. It's just a matter of losing too much or winning too much or being accused of cheating.
Such events could lead to a brawl, just as the attack analysis suggested. Now, with 3 victim profiles and 3 suspects, Rod and Turi head to the incident room.
So have you got a favorite suspect out of those?
I think the likelihood of a pilgrim being robbed is a real possibility for me. I'd like to know more about him, where he's from. And if he's local, that would probably change the scenario quite a bit. But if he's not from the area and he's transient, then I would probably be inclined to think he was a pilgrim.
Yeah, I agree. If we had information about where he was from and it shows that he's from elsewhere, I'd definitely be more willing to believe that he's a pilgrim.
Rod is finding that the victim could match more than one profile. With North Berwick such a significant gateway to St. Andrews, the archer could also be a pilgrim. And one of the first medieval texts to be written in English, Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, backs up his theory. Among the cast of 24 characters on a pilgrimage, one in particular stands out. The yeoman, a servant to a knight, who also seems to be an archer. In order to test Rod's theory, Turi has arranged for 2 of the victim's bones to undergo special analysis.
So stable isotope analysis is looking at what's known as isotopes, so different versions of particular elements, so carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. And they're fantastic because they can tell you a little bit about where they've been geographically.
Today, the tests are complete.
Hi, Jane and Angela. Nice to see you.
Professor Jane Evans and Dr. Angela Lamb are at the UK's National Environment Isotope Facility and have the results.
So what did you find?
A community very, very close to where this individual was found, only about a kilometre or so down the coast, had really very similar oxygen isotope ratios. So this individual was probably from that part of the east coast of Scotland.
And there's one other interesting feature. Normally, populations in Britain would have strontium concentrations between about, let's say, 80 and 120 ppm. But this individual had a value of 268, and that typifies the use of kelp and seaweed as a fertiliser. This use of marine fertiliser is quite specifically Scottish, and we know there is evidence that this method of agriculture was used about a mile down the coast from where he's living.
So it's looking like he's local based on what you found?
Yes, very much so.
Interesting.
Very, very, very interesting.
With the victim being a North Berwick local, Rod's pilgrim theory no longer holds up. He needs time to process this new development.
The successful homicide investigator is very fluid in his thoughts. I think tunnel vision is the killer of a good homicide investigation. If you fixate your mind or your thought process on, yeah, this is this, and I built this case up, and it's all going this way, and it's all going that way, and something comes along and kind of derails that, and you're not able to adjust to that, you're gonna fail.
With all of the evidence now complete, can Rod make it all come together into a single compelling case?
I think our victim was a younger man in his 20s. I think he was probably a military man, sort of an archer or some sort of enforcer. I think the attacker was another military man or someone that shared a similar background as he did.
Every now and then, things spectacularly erupt.
Classic flashpoints for young men to get involved in these types of incidents are bars.
There's an awful lot of records of brawls that probably started in alehouses.
You know, that age where you're not quite mature enough to understand your actions, and your testosterone kind of overrides your brain, and alcohol accelerates it. So it's a powder keg, it's gonna happen.
And then before you know it, someone's pulled a knife.
They're out, they're drinking, gambling possibly. When you have this sort of machoism going on, the slightest thing can challenge that.
They were street fighters, they were brawlers.
They're arguing over something as simple as a woman's affection, or their shoes, or what neighborhood they live in.
It's one of those confrontational scenarios.
The two individuals were probably facing each other at an argument or something. A fight ensued, and someone produced a weapon, and we have a stabbing. The murder weapon is a dagger.
This is for killing human beings with. That is its main reason for being.
When you look at the stab wounds, it's a fluid action. There's a fight going on here, involving the dynamics of the body moving quite a bit, because there's an attempt, there's a movement of the body, and then there's a final blow.
Rod believes the murderer was a drunken brawler.
It still goes on. It's just what young men do.
For Turi, the investigation has given a rare insight into a little-known part of medieval history.
This is about an everyday person. We don't know very much about everyday people in this era because there's just not the records about them. And we were able to bring new evidence to the case. The stable isotope analysis shows that he's likely to have been a local boy.
The unnamed skeleton's life and times have been unearthed. And finally, perhaps, the archer's bones can rest easy.
If we can work out where historical murders are the same as modern day murders, we know what we need to look for. You know, people are going to kill each other for this reason. And if we can reach back thousands of years and see that's the same reason and actually show that, you know, through proof, I think that kind of benefits everybody all around.